let me get to the point that I was mentioning right before this clip. What I am saying, that the nemesis of our problems that we're having today are coming from the past of the Arab enslavement of our people, is still residual effects of that today. The European enslavement of our people, still residual effects of that today. The colonialism for over 150 years, still residual effects of that today. And of course, the main, I'm saying this, and please do not take this lightly, leaders, the Berlin Conference of 1884 and 1885, they created these artificial borders. It was a cryptic group of Europeans, and mind you, at the time that they did it, there was no independent African country whatsoever a part of that convention. They sat down in Berlin, Europeans and Americans, in 1884, 1885, and they looked to say, how can we control the resources and the people of the African continent for the next 1,000 years? This is what was on their mind. And they came up with a master cryptic plan that we must share amongst ourselves by partitioning the African continent. Now, my God, what they have done when they did it, they did not consider linguistics, ethnography, meaning the ethnic groups, the cultural mores and cultural practices of the people to partition. They just went with a knife and fork, like you slice spaghetti or pizza, and chop up the African continent. Now, as a result of doing that, when independence came, I'm not faulting any of the leaders at the time of independence because we were so happy just to get independence. Our leaders did not realize the in-depth damage that partitioning had done to us. So as a result, here we are 50 to 60 years after independence. There's not one African country, including Ghana, that is self-reliant, self-sufficient in order to, furnish the needs of our people with food, clothing, shelter, security. We are still liable to the former colonial powers. There is so much distrust, and the distrust that we have is not so much the distrust of the European, which is wrong. We should be distrustful of them because they are the ones who actually caused the problem. But our immediate distrust is our next door sister neighbor. We distrust our neighbors because of these artificial borders. And these artificial borders have an economic fallout that has inhibited economic sustainability of our nations. It has inhibited not only the economic sustainability, but good governance has not been able to take fold because of these artificial borders. And what I'm saying, ECOWAS leaders, African Union leaders, you need to look into this because before the European came, Africa is over 100,000 years plus in terms of sustainable governance and able to provide food, clothing, shelter, and security for its people. We were doing this. It was only when the European invasions came that all of this transformation began to take place negatively. But if you look back and look at the unity of the African continent, and we not only were on this continent, we were in the Middle East and other parts of the world. But if you look, the sovereignty of our nationhood was predicated or based upon language, culture, and ethnicity of the land. These are how the borders should have been drawn. But what the European did, they came in and only looked for economic benefit for themselves. They didn't give a damn about the ethnicity of the people. They didn't give a damn about the culture of the people. They didn't give a damn about the language of the people. They just came in and sliced up the continent. And what I am telling you, as a result of what they did, that negative effect is still reverberating at this particular date that we're in right now. And this is the reason. I'm telling you, this is the reason we can never have African unity. Even though the first head of state of Ghana called for Africa to unite, but probably at the time he didn't realize that the humongous task that we would have to defuse these artificial borders before there can be total unity. We cannot have unity with the borders the way they are. As I said a moment ago, these borders have fostered distrust among our sister neighbors. They have caused chieftaincy disputes. These artificial borders have caused land disputes. These artificial borders have caused the movement of the people back and forth, where people are inhibited from crossing borders as they were doing formerly. So how in the world are we going to have Africa united, as the African Union is trying to do, without taking into account the artificial borders that the Europeans have created? And the Europeans are sitting back in number 10 Downing Street, having champagne, laughing at all the problems that we have that they have created. They are sitting in Berlin saying that, oh, we did a good job. They will never be able to unite with these kinds of borders. They are sitting in Washington, D.C., having caviar and wine, saying that Africa can never get its house in order as long as she's dealing with these artificial borders. So I'm saying to you, we must reconstruct the sovereign borders of Africa, and they should be predicated upon language, culture, ethnicity, and of course with the political, economical ramifications all incorporated as such.
Please, unity, we cannot all speak at once. All right, legislation. Announce the boycott. Armed struggle. Look, my friends, very little is being accomplished here today. Rather.
They tried this once before. But I pledge to you that hundreds of thousands of Jews will not allow another final solution in this country. Not now, not ever.
You just go once we gone, you all the next.
Latest tracking polls indicate support of the trade at 40%. The melanin content of 2,500 milligrams per square centimeter that the traders requested roughly corresponds to a light brown skin complexion. Dr. Eric Fannin of Johns Hopkins, Dr. Fanone will explain. Doctor.
The amount of melanin in one's skin varies according to how dark or tan we might be. At 2,500 milligrams per square centimeter corresponds to the darkness of, what I'd say to be an ordinary paper bag.
Thank you, Doctor. In other news, government sources confirm that France, England, and Germany have offered their blacks as well.
People, oh, my people, the sit-ins and the boycotts have worked. We are ahead in the polls.
Don't count your chickens before they come home to roost.
Oh, somebody bring me some milk, because he come a big Oreo.
Yes. Give him a chance. We are ahead in the polls. Who knows how these people will vote? In the privacy of their own homes.
Oh, sit down, Tony.
I am well aware of how I am perceived, but now is not the time for our petty squabbling. Now, this came to me this morning. In order to ensure victory, we must stop resisting the offer and urge the country to accept the trader's proposition. major motivation for racism in this country is the deeply held belief that black people should not have anything that white people don't. Not only do whites insist on better jobs, higher incomes, better neighborhoods, better schools, but they leap to gobble up our language, our dress, our music, and our dance. Therefore, I propose that from now until the polls open this evening, we circulate the rumor that the aliens have arranged for our transport to the wealthiest and most beautiful utopia in the known universe. White folks will go in, wondering what we will encounter in this new land. They will gnash their teeth. They will even argue that to limit the space traders' offer to blacks is an unconstitutional discrimination against whites.
I cannot stand here any longer and be influenced by a man who has dedicated his entire life to sabotaging his own people. Now is not the time for trickery and tomfoolery. My people were brought here involuntarily, and involuntarily is the only way they're gonna take me out. Yes.
Must use cunning and guile.
What is good, my people? We are live back again on the forecast, and I'm putting a link in the chat. Yeah, my brother Bakari and Maurice Muhammad. Yeah, and you know, I was running late, you know what I'm saying? And I gotta say my bad to MG2, you know what I'm saying? He was giving a good message, but I know, you know what I'm saying, I asked these brothers to come on here, you know what I'm saying? So what's going on, Rasheed Holmes? I definitely wanted to you know, I didn't want to keep them waiting, and I know I had a long intro right there, but you know, had to make sure everything was all right. But you know, the whole point, and you know, and again, like y'all got it backwards, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that everybody gonna always get along, you know what I'm saying? And I never said nobody had to, but I mean, it comes a point, right, where if the and Bukhari, you say your device is not connected. It comes a point where you gotta be ready to hate. Yo, what's going on, y'all?
Peace, big bro. Peace and blessings.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I'm taking so long. And what's going on, Bukhari?
Peace to everybody.
Peace.
All right, yeah. So you know, I called this show let me see, power versus equality, you know what I'm saying? But I want people to see that, you know what I'm saying, like the whole thing is bigger than us, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to like each other, you know what I'm saying? We can hate each other. I'm not saying that anybody here hates each other, you know what I'm saying? So let's get that clear. But I'm talking about what we've been talking about for the last few weeks, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody, like what I'm saying, like power is things that you have to sacrifice, you know what I'm saying? We have to put business and our understanding that we have to get out of the situation over our emotions, use our emotions to our advantage, not to our detriment, to keep repeating the same thing over. Because I don't know if y'all seen that movie before, but the aliens came and they was fighting to figure out a way to stay on the plantation, not even fighting a way to build their own society to protect themselves and nothing like that. But they couldn't even agree on that kind of stuff. So, I want to talk about like, power and equality. So, y'all can introduce yourselves. Brother Bakar, you can go first, my brother.
Peace, man. Thank you for setting this up. This is Brother Bakari. Y'all haven't heard of me. You done heard of me now. And I hope y'all enjoyed this discussion. Peace to everybody in the chat. I hope y'all enjoy this discussion that we're about to have. That's all I have to say, because I'm just going to wait for him to introduce himself, because I'm ready to get into it.
All right, definitely. What's going on, bro, Maurice?
All right. Peace and blessings, big bro. Again, thank you for having us. And I'm quite sure this will definitely be another good program that you're having. Peace and blessings to everybody in the chat. Thanks again for coming to enjoy the knowledge that will be put out in the good spirit of brotherly love. And I'm ready.
All right, yeah, definitely. And I got to shout out to my brother MG2. I'm sorry if I'm like, I was trying to wait for you to go off too, and I got caught up with my family. So I'm sorry to both of y'all, because I told y'all 8 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? But, the thing is, right, we don't even know what power is or what equality is, or, you know what I'm saying? We can't even, because earlier in the thing he was talking about boundaries, but boundaries don't exist with just the land. Boundaries exist in the ideology. Boundaries exist in personal issues, you know what I'm saying, that we may have with each other, that we put over the greater good, you know what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing that we have to, and this is why it's so hard, and everybody's like it's impossible. But if that's the case, then we're going to be here 400 more years from now, because we have to have the ability to put the greater good. But we talk about the lesser of two evils, but we have to put the greater good above all. And you don't have to be anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why as a business, everything is a tool, everything is a weapon, even with the Akum thing. Like, and this is just my opinion, I know people disagree, but like, I mean, even at the very least, if you don't want to save somebody, you could be like, hey, well, look, we might as well take this opportunity to take that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. You know what I'm saying? You can even let whatever happen if you feel that way, but I think you should kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You know what I'm saying? But that's just an art of war. You know what I'm saying? We can't let our personal stuff, you know what I'm saying, like, get to the greater good. But y'all can go ahead and talk about, like, whatever you think, like, especially like kind of to the topic, like, you know what I'm saying, and like, how could we be better examples for like the kids, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get into this. I just put a link in the chat the other night when we was on here, and I said the people in the Nation of Islam don't like to admit that Elijah Muhammad was part of the UNIA for whatever reason, and I stand firm on that. They don't mind saying they learned from a so-called black man who had a black dad and a white mother, but I don't know. So I just put the link in the chat, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read this here. This come from that link. This is Columbia University. I'm gonna give you the well, the link is right there, but it's ccnmtl.columbia.edu. As the leader of the Black religious organization, the Nation of Islam, from 1934 to 1975, Elijah Muhammad was one of the most significant Black nationalist leader in the 20th century, having been exposed to Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association in the 1920s. Mr. Muhammad served as a bridge that mediated much of Garvey's political and economic ideology. I'm not going to continue with that. I don't have no idea why that bother the Nation of Islam so much. Maybe it's because they say dark skin, big lips, woolly hair, wide nose is a curse. We all know what Marcus Garvey looked like. Because the other night when we was on here, he asked me to prove it. So now I just proved it, and I just put
Hey,
the
hey,
link.
hey, I'm sorry to cut you off, Bakari, but like try to make it like you can say whatever you want, but like try to make it towards like the topic. You know what I'm
Come on,
saying?
man.
Like,
I told you, no, but I sent you this. I told you, I'm gonna get to that. This is about the topic. You got to let me finish, right? Because the other night when he came in and he was talking about proving it, he came on the panel to disagree with everything that I said. So I'm gonna get into that power and equality and a million man reparations mark and gonna take equality because I'm gonna show you how crazy it is for people to beg to talk about. So let me finish. I got it. I got it, forecast. Don't disrespect. I got it. But I had to say that because I had to prove that because he wanted that proved. Now, the definition of power, the ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty or quality, the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or the course of events. That's power, right? So we know, forecast, you said in the beginning, we don't know what power is. I beg to differ. We do know what power is. We see power all the time. We just afraid to try to obtain it because we want to obtain equality. Equality, the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. Now, for me, when I say we're going to take something, I say we're going to take power. I have no idea how we want to take. Why do we want to take equality? Who are we trying to be equal to? That's the question I want to ask him and anybody else who say they want equality. Who are you trying to be equal to? We say we gods. We say we genetically superior. We say, but who are we trying to be equal to? We want power. We want power. Million Man March, a reparation march, constantly begging, talking about y'all owe me this and owe me that. You are asking somebody to give you something so you can stay under their control. So now watch this, whether it's old or not, but if you feel somebody owe you something and you deserve it, you go get it. That's my take on it. I think it's a pipe dream. I just ain't into asking nobody to make me equal to them. I don't want to be equal. I want power. That's why the people that want equality don't understand the animal analogy. When I say animal, we go back to nature. I'm Entwa de Mela. I have said that 100 times. He who greets with fire. I'm the alpha male line. I don't care what room I step in, I'm an alpha male line. Hyenas can't come over here. We ain't equal. We ain't sharing. But we want to be equal to people we say are less than us. To people we say are degenerates. To people, we have all the horrible things in the world to say about, but you are fighting for equality to be next to them. Instead of saying, I want power, and we gonna come together to build our own, right? A Million Man March. I ain't knocking nobody if they want to march. Don't get it twisted. But let me show you something. If you're fighting for power, would nobody been nowhere marching? You know why? Because I'm a firm believer in internal reparations. They ain't gave you nothing in 400 years. They ain't finna give you nothing now, unless you're ready to try to take it. So watch this. If you get 1 million people to go march to DC, $300 on plane tickets. I'm just gonna take a guesstimation. I'm gonna go $100 on plane tickets, $100 on hotel, $100 on food. Now let's say them same million people create a committee. And in that committee, and we have everybody checked off. We have a black bank that we want to go to. And instead of talking about we going to march into streets to show a demonstration about telling them what they owe us, because they know what they did, just like we know what they did, they know what they did. How about those same million people start putting in $100 a month? Just that one time when everybody go out there, the 1 million that say they going to give all that money to the gas station, all that money to the airlines, all that money to the hotels, and all that money to the eateries. Just say that million people, take all that money and put it in a pot. In that one day, you'll have $300 million and you're already working on your internal reparations. See, there's a difference between equality and power. I don't want to be equal to nobody. I want power. That's the purpose of trying to build things. That's the purpose of creating businesses. That's the purpose of what Team Black is about. That's the purpose of us when we talk about Blue and give out her information to get it. We are seeking power. That's what we want. Equality, somebody got to give it to you. Why would somebody who brought you here on the bottom of a boat, yet most of the ancestors enslaved, all that, turn around and give you something to make you the same as them? That don't even make sense. It don't make sense. We have to get out of the 1960 teaching, the 1970. We have to start thinking differently now. The UNIA gave internal reparations, over 1,000 businesses. That's what we have to do. As long as we are asking somebody, tell me I'm equal to you, we're going to be in the same position 100 years from now. We are looking past the people that come to your community and run your community. Arabs, all them stores. East Indians, all them gas stations. The Orientals, the restaurants, the nails, the hair, all that, to look to say, we're going to go tell somebody, y'all owe us something for what y'all did 400 years ago. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying, what I'm talking about is what we need to be working on now. And if we controlled our own thing, we wouldn't be concerned about being equal to you, because we would be building our own. All we have to do, I done broke it down a couple times, but all we got to do is say we're going to put ideologies aside. We're going to get our differences out of the way. Once you get the differences out of the way, now we know what the similarity is. Our people, we all have the same struggle. And since we all have the same struggle, regardless of your religion, regardless of that, we going to work together. We going, regardless if you watch TV or not, we going to work together. Regardless, we don't have to do everything just alike. But we do have to understand that the only way we gonna do this is if we do it together and stop looking to somebody else saying, y'all tell us we equal to y'all, and we say we gonna take power and we gonna control our neighborhoods and our communities, and then once you do that, then it build up, and I'll yield the mic.
All right, and yeah, I'm gonna let my brother Muhammad go in, and like I said, I want y'all to keep in mind, you know what I'm saying. And I'm doing this because I want y'all to see, because like, especially keep in mind that kids watching, and not just y'all, for anybody who come on here, you know what I'm saying, I want y'all to keep in mind, you know what I'm saying, kids is watching. I want them to see that we can have passionate, heated discussions, not agree, but at the end of the day, we, no matter how we feel about each other, we know what the greater enemy is, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, that you know what I'm saying, I want people to understand that. That's why I told Bakari, you know what I'm saying, like, kind of stick to the subject. But I trust these two brothers to go in, and you know what I'm saying, or I wouldn't even have done that, you know what I'm saying. So like I said, yeah, I'm gonna let my brother Muhammad go in though.
All right, thank you, dear brother. And thank you, Brother Bakari, for providing us with what you consider to be evidence of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad being a member of the Nation of Islam. It's very good reading. But nowhere in there that you read did it say that Elijah Muhammad was a member. What it said is, having been exposed to Marcus Garvey United Negro Improvement Association. It said, having been exposed, you've been exposed. Everybody in the chat room has been exposed to the teachings of the Nation of Islam. That don't mean you a member of the Nation of Islam, but you've been exposed. And so that's all that this thing is saying. And if you read it further, down there, beyond the point where you stopped reading, if you'd have kept on reading, it talked about Marcus Garvey's aim of getting everybody to go back to Africa. And it talked about Elijah Muhammad's argument that no, we need a separate state or territory right here in America where we are. So it does point out in this article where the two separate at. So, again, I like the reading, but just because the cracker wrote it doesn't mean that that's the evidence. But that's a good try. That's a real good try. Power or equality. Now, I don't know, but I think Brother Bakari may think that my argument is that we need equality. That's not my argument. My argument is we take power through the freedom that we have. Because freedom, your level of freedom dictates your behavior, dictates your appetite, period, point blank. If you can't understand that in America, if you want power, you have to challenge for the power. If you don't understand the purpose of why we would have 1 million people, Black people, coming together for reparations, is because this is a power move. Yes, it's going to cost money to do what we got to do because we're in a capitalistic society. But the point that we're making is we're showing up in strength, and we're showing up with one message: give me my money or else. That's our message. And that is a message of strength, unlike anything you've seen before, and unlike anything that you probably really understand. Because as you know, I believe you know, that we're in a situation here in America where it's all hands on deck. It really is all hands on deck. You don't have to agree with my approach. You don't have to agree with my approach. But if we're talking about getting Black people money, reparations money that they deserve, like I went over and talked about Oregon, you may not want $139,000 for the rest of your life. You may not want it, but I'm quite sure there's people in the chat. I know I want it. I'm quite sure Brother Forecast will want his check. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. You can give it to me. I'll take it. I'll be glad to take it right off your hands. But that's money that our ancestors earned. They didn't get because they didn't have the equality that God gave them. Why? Because they submitted their will to do the will of the cracker, right? So when you submit your will, you're giving over your power. Well, some say, well, if they would have fought, they could have died. It is better to be dead than to let somebody do what was done to them. It is better to be dead. And that's why you had some of our family on the ships jumping overboard. We got to be able to say and just look at things, not from a view of what's okay for me personally, right? Because this is about what's best for our people. Even if you don't agree that we should be seeking to get reparations, maybe look at the method, right? Because you believe in internal reparations, right? I believe that these crackers, excuse me for cussing, I believe that these white people owe us.
No, you can say crackers, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. I believe these crackers owe us. And because I believe they owe us, and I know I have the brains, I have the intellect to be able to put 1 and 1 together to make 2, I believe I know how to make this happen. Especially in a climate now where you got a state like Oregon. See, it's not a big thing that New York City is talking about reparations. It ain't a really big thing. There's a lot of Black people there, right? So that's not a real big thing. It ain't a real big thing that a city outside of Chicago is talking about reparations and talking about giving their people that. That's not really a really big thing, right? But when you look at the state of Oregon, where they only got 4% Black, and then those that are there, Some of that 4%, I'm quite sure, is not black us. They may be black immigrants. So that number even drops less. But they can see the pattern. They can forecast and say, wait a minute, this reparations thing, it ain't going nowhere. It's coming out the box. So let's put ourselves in a situation that when it comes, we can already say, hey, those within our borders, we've already took care of it. We've already paid it. It's already done, and it's a done deal. We did our part. We're ahead of the machine because the ball is rolling. The issue now, because you have sellouts who are in Capitol Hill, because this is why they're having these hearings. And see, equality doesn't say, I have to say I'm an alpha male. I don't have to say that. Because one, I'm not an animal. I'm a God. I'm a God. So I think like a God, not like an animal. So these terms, alpha male, beta male, that's animalistic behavior that the cracker came up with, and we take it on because we see them say that they're alpha male. The fuck is that? Excuse me. What is that? No, we have to rise up and understand they are animals. They are animals. So why would I say that I'm an animal like them? No, I'm not going to say I'm an animal like them because I'm not. I am better than them. I'm a God. That's why they don't want our children in school learning this kind of talk. They don't want them. That's why they don't teach them how to think. Because as I taught the other day when I was on here, animals can't reason. Animals don't reason. And you can research it, pull it up, and it'll tell you they can't reason. They go off instinct. And there's a lot of things that we do in our day-to-day life that, it takes instinct, right? It takes that instinct to be able to feel it. Yeah, this is what I need to do. But it's also intellect. See, we are so strong in who we are. We don't have to go around saying, we this, we that. Because when we show up, our behavior dictates who we are. You ain't got to say a word. I've done it many, many, many times. I don't have to say a word. But who I am, my presence speaks for itself. And so I just tell us, we need power. The enemy ain't going to give you no power. You got to take it. So that means you got to sit back and begin to think. You got to begin to reason. Why do you pull 1 million black men to come to D.C. straight to the White House? Not to no monument. Come to the White House. Come 1 million strong on their front lawn. Why? Because now I'm speaking the language. I'm speaking the language now, right? And that language said, you better give us our money or you got a problem. You got a serious problem because none of these millions that's out here saying, cut me my check, is trying to be peaceful. None of these millions are out here saying we can negotiate. We're saying we done waited long enough. The bill is due. You are delinquent and pay us what you owe. That's where we're coming from. And so to have 1 million strong on their front lawn sends a totally different message. And it's a message they understand. Okay, now they talking with power. Now they talking with power and not power that I gave them. This is power that they took. And they'll understand that. See, this is one thing that I've learned while we're down there in Mississippi. The cracker respects you when you're not afraid to do what you say you're going to do. They will respect you when they see, okay, you really about that. You really about that life. And you'll see they treat you totally different. Totally different. Why? Because in them, your presence put fear in them. Your presence puts fear in them. That's why you see this white male Suicide charts numbers are going out the roof. Why? Because intellectually, they don't have what they thought they had. They've been living off of their past paradise. They've been living off of what was in the past, of what they did to a people that did not fight back. But now you're dealing with a people that's ready to fight back. Now you're dealing with leadership that's ready to say, this is what needs to be done, and this is what we're going to do. Like I said when I was in Nashville, I said, look here, I'm not going to send you to war. I'm going to lead you to war. And my words have been my bond. I'm leading them. I ain't sitting back from the sideline. I'm in the front, making the moves, calling the shots. And so I think that for unity, if we want power, because soon as the cracker see, there's a division. He'll exploit that one division. And what'll happen, because there's people that are so, I want my check, right? And they start hearing other black people, well, this ain't gonna happen, there's a pipe. Then divisions start, and next thing you know, a clash will produce. And it ain't clashing because you don't like each other, you don't even know each other. But the enemy will seed that clash, just like they seed the cloud to make it rain and all that. They will seed that clash. The next thing you know, the two brothers that don't even know each other, next thing you know, be physically butting heads over what? Because one wants reparations and the other says it's a pipe dream. And the maturity that should be there on both sides is lacking. Because there's emotionalism, because you're talking to a poor man who ain't got nothing, who don't have no trucking company, who ain't pulled their little dollars and nickels together, but they running off of what they got. And they see, damn, these people is about to get $139,000 for the rest of their life. And this brother and these people are out here trying to get us our reparations. And now you gonna come and speak against them getting money in my pocket for my babies? Then what happens? Then there's anger and resentment, because it looks like through the lack of understanding that you're trying to stop something that they need for their lives. So as leaders, we gotta be able to think beyond what we see right here on the frame. We gotta be able to do that. And I'm done, Brother Bakari. I'm done. If Brother Forecast want to give us a time, that's cool. That's cool. I can do a time. But I'm just responding to what that you said and making sure I tie it into power or equality, because my thing is power. Just like yesterday, my thing was freedom, because freedom will get you the power that will produce the equality. See, you shouldn't be looking to be equal to the cracker. No, that's not where the equality is. We have to justify our existence on God's green earth. The animals justify their existence. The sun justifies its existence. We're the greatest of God's creation, yet we're not justifying our existence. That's where the equality comes. And I rest my mic.
All right. Well, look, it depends on how y'all want to do it. I'm gonna let Bakari go in, but like, if y'all wanna, like, if y'all can have like talk back and forth, you know what I'm saying, without it getting crazy, I think y'all can do that. But if y'all want to take one at a time, we could put a limit, or y'all can talk. But like, it's up to y'all. Y'all gotta let me know.
I just know somebody else on here, so I just didn't take that long. But anyway, that's all right. That's all right. I know yesterday he said they were gonna take equality, and they can say what they want about me going to DC. Taking all that damn money, giving it to D. I wonder what business is going to prosper from that. And I wonder, the people that say they don't have nothing is willing to take their money and go give it to everybody else to go stand on the lawn and say, y'all owe me some money. I be like, God damn, y'all, it's $1 million of y'all out here. It's $300 million y'all done spent here. Why y'all ain't put that in the pot for yourself? Then have your committee if you want to go out of reparations. But just instead of talking about cut a check, or we gonna go get our check, all the thing they're doing is making black people stand still and wait on something that have not happened. I'm sorry, it did happen. Then they took it back. But it did happen. Way before what you're talking about, because that stuff in Illinois wouldn't be considered. That wouldn't nothing. And that in Oregon, a one-time payment of $123,000 that has already stalled, been pushed back. That's a maybe too. So while we're fighting for maybes and gonna spend money on if we go stand on their lawn, wouldn't it make more sense to put your money in a pot now before you go to their lawn and start building up black businesses? The same black people you say, well, they poor and they don't own a trucking business. Well, the purpose of my trucking business is to help my people, right? So then we helping businesses, and the ones that poor can get jobs at these businesses that our people have started because they have a responsibility as well. Or should we just keep taking our money and our time to DC to go march? We ain't gonna go. Shit, when they went there, when they called it, they said a moment of atonement, as if we have something to atone to this country for. We ain't going because we scared, because if they do, well, if that was us, went up in their capital, look what they'll do to us. It's a million of us, but it's already in their mind what's going to happen to us. So since we ain't on that level of fighting, we need to be on the level of fighting. Well, you know what? I'm not going to. You got YouTube. You got some old social media stuff. You got Microsoft. You got Zoom. Whatever. You can just do a show. And the people that wanted to come can watch it on YouTube. Save that money. Put that money in a pot. So we can start feeding our people that's on the streets. So we can go maybe buy a couple of these apartment buildings in these cities and give people jobs to keep them clean and take care of them. So now they're off the street with a job and somewhere to stay. But we would rather go out here and put on a show so somebody can see us standing on the lawn. Y'all ain't past that begging stuff yet. Y'all ain't past that wanting them to see you yet. You say we gods. See, y'all don't understand the animal analogy. And by the way, Brother Maurice, you are an animal. You're a mammal. We are all mammals. We are all mammals. And when I say I use the animal as an analogy, I'm not saying you're a leopard mentally or a gorilla mentally. But do or should we follow nature? Yes, nature was always our first teachers. There's nothing wrong with looking at the animal sometime. You can see right now in places, if there's a drought, you can find African tribes right now when there's a drought and they cannot find water. They go find the monkey. Yes, we are more intelligent. They tie the monkey up and feed him salt for a day or two to make him thirsty. Then untie him, because the monkey know where water is at all times. But with our highly intelligent brain, we can't find the water without the monkey. So to say we shouldn't follow nature at all, we don't understand the concept of what I mean, or what MG2 meant last night when we would use the animal analogy. I'm not saying a lion is smarter than you. We know a lion can't build a bridge when he needs to get across the ocean or need to get across with any body of water. We know he can't build the bridge. But instinctively, their instincts is something they kept. And our instincts is something that we lost. If we kept our instincts, everybody wouldn't be able to come to our neighborhood and start business. Now, I'm going to yield the mic because I put that in the chat messing with you, and I ain't going to keep you waiting no damn 30 minutes. Go ahead.
Hey, and yeah, I'm gonna let Brother Muhammad go in, and then like after that, like y'all can like talk back and forth, you know what I'm saying? Because I know y'all brothers ain't gonna take it there, you know what I'm saying? So because I want to ask y'all a question after y'all finish. I still want to ask y'all like one question about capitalism. So go ahead, Brother Muhammad.
Oh yeah, after he finished, we can ask him questions. I ain't trying to take over what you about to do, Maurice. Yeah, didn't mean him can go back and forth. I'm not gonna argue with Maurice or anything like that. Well, it sounds passionate, but as far as me being disrespectful I'm not gonna disrespect him or anything like that.
Yeah, y'all can say what y'all
Hopefully
want
he
to
know
say.
that.
Yeah, y'all can say anything y'all want to say, just not. But yeah, y'all could talk back and forth after my brother go in. So yeah.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna disrespect him or anything. We can talk. I won't disrespect. I don't do stuff like that.
Okay, so you talk about instead of doing the march, we should do businesses and stuff like that. But the question is, can't we chew gum and walk at the same time? I think we can. There's nothing wrong with the idea that you suggest. There's nothing wrong whatsoever about that. But it also is nothing wrong with us who believe that we should get what our ancestors are owed, that we should go get it. And that's what we're going to go do. So we could quite sure put a plan together and present it to our board, and we'll go over it, because we can do more than one thing at the same time, because it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to pool our resources to pull off this trip and get buses together and all that stuff, and to be able to feed our people. It's going to take a lot. So that's something that we have to do. But to say that we should not go after what is rightfully ours, because I do understand that we're giving them, and I think this would be the main decision point, we're giving them a moral argument. We're giving them a moral argument. And we know that these people are not moral. They don't have a moral bone in their body. We know this. We know this. People often go and they make a demand, and the demand is not backed by any power. But see, when we make our demand, it's going to be backed by power, because you got people now that's coming to stand up and say, oh yeah, you're going to do this. See, we know how to make Negroes who are in Congress, we know how to make them afraid. We know how to make them afraid. When you got 1 million coming, that's just those who came. But that 1 million that come, when they see on TV, damn, they actually showed up. It's going to energize those who stayed at home, who thought, nah, this ain't going to work. It's going to energize them. And we still win, because they're going to come out and they're going to join. What do I need to do, Brother Muhammad? What can I do? What can I help? What needs to be done? See, that's why we have a more than one prong attack. That's why we're in Mississippi now, writing our own political party, our own constitution, all of that stuff, so we can present it and get on ballots, not just in Mississippi, but we're going to be in ballots all over the country. You're going to have Black first candidates. See, this thing is not a one-day battle. It's not a one-day battle. We're going after power. See, that BS that they did at the Capitol, that was a staged event. That was a staged event. That's what that was. It wasn't no big woo get to go all crazy. It was staged. We can look at that and see exactly what that. You got a police officer running, his gun in his holster, he running. That's dereliction of duty. Ain't you supposed to do something? So we got to be able to see beyond the foolishness. I'm a very wise man, and especially in being able to plan, because I don't just think for myself or just Black people that's in Black First. I think on behalf of the totality of our people. So when I sit down and I plan, I'm going to do A, B, C, and D, it ain't just for those that's in my group. I'm doing this for all Black people, whether you like me or you don't. I'm doing it for you because it's going to benefit you. You may not understand right now, but down the line, you will understand. The Million Man March atonement. Nobody atoned to the cracker. And Black men do have something to atone for. That's why we atone to our God, not to the cracker. I think that it would really be good for us as a people to honestly, when we're speaking, we should honestly speak what the truth is and not what we assume, which means that we got to go and read and study what the thing is. Because if the reasoning, the motivation of the Million Man March was to atone to God for our shortcomings and our failures, then that's what you should say instead of saying atone to the white man. That's not fair. That's not right. See, that's what the cracker do. They will put out this false information and have people running for it, have people looking for it. And then because another person who don't know, but listen to what somebody else said that said something that was incorrect, then they go to repeat it. Then when they come across the person with the truth, then they look like a fool because you stating something that's just not true. And I think we owe a better oath and responsibility to our people. We owe them better than that. If we don't know, if we don't know or don't understand, it's not wrong for us to say, I don't know, I don't understand, or this is my opinion. It's not wrong for us to do that. Look here. I had to do that a lot in some of these meetings. I don't know. Let me get back with you. And then I have to go to research to come back and say, okay, this is what I found. Because we have to be diligent for what's right, because the people are following us. The people are listening to us. The people are watching us. So we owe them that duty to make sure that what we're giving is the truth. Now, $139,000 for the rest of my life is a darn sure good start. $139,000 for the rest of one of my children or all my children's life is a pretty good start. Of course, it's going to be debated. That's what the purpose, that's how the bills get passed. They come to debate. But those who are strong, they know how to push things through. They know what they got to do. We've been in conversation with them, and they're on the right path. Long as they don't get scared, because these people that present the bill, I give the brother all the credit in the world for him doing what he did. Because his theology, his ideology is not black first. He got black people in this district as well as white people. But yet, he's doing what he knows is right, and he can't buckle. And so that's why we got to be there to help him stand up. We got you, brother. You ain't going to fall. We got you. See, because that's what brotherhood is all about when we love our people. That's what it has to be, because we have to defeat our enemy. And I rest my mic.
All right, yeah. Hey, let me say this real quick, and then y'all go back and forth, you know what I'm saying? So we don't be here like, you know what I'm saying, too long, you know. If anybody wants to like weigh in on the conversation, like ain't nobody call in for a while, so the number on the screen is 804-601-4015. So if y'all got anything to add to the conversation, y'all can call in, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead, Bakari, and like I said, y'all go back and forth, you know what I'm saying? So, you know.
Now, when you first mentioned Oregon, you said it only 4% black. You're right, it's 3%. And you said you betcha some of them are foreign black people. You got a problem with foreign blacks getting some money from these folks? These folks over here in this country owe foreign blacks too. A foreign black would be Jamaican. What language do they speak? English. What language do we speak here? English. The same people that did it to us did it to them. See, that's why I very seldom say black first, because I'm African. That's where my ancestors come from. So do you have a problem with the black immigrants being able to get some of this money from these folks?
I have a problem if they're trying to get money for the time period that we established, which was during slavery, American chattel slavery. Okay, their ancestors weren't here. Ours were. So for this, what we're going after, No, they don't qualify for that. And it's not saying that I don't like them, because that's my people. I love them. I love them. But they're not getting paid off of this. They got to get paid off of their claim. And if that claim be against the American cracker or the British cracker or the Australian cracker, that's up to them. But this claim that we're making, this claim is from slavery start to slavery end. That's it. That's it. And they're not entitled to that. And that does not mean that I don't love them or don't like them.
Okay, you know what? That's a good answer for people who don't feel they shouldn't get none. See, I see it differently, right? Because if you look at and you go through the slavery records, a lot of our people here during slavery actually came from places like Jamaica, Trinidad, and from South America. So they snatched some of our people from there. While slavery was over here, they had slavery there. And they snatched some of our people here because the islands were smaller, didn't have enough room, and they were afraid of all the rebellions. So our people that came, that were snatched and brought here and had family left in Jamaica, or had family left in Trinidad, or had family left in Barbados. See, for me, that's when it gets real sticky, because we're going to just say these white people here owe us. No, because the British controlled this, just like the British controlled that. That's why the languages that we speak. Then when you can go to the French with the Haitians in New Orleans, all our people is old. So in my opinion, if it's going to be a push for reparations, it has to be a collective of all African descent people around the world, because we all went through it at the exact same time. At the exact same time, our people was going through it. Like during the their Revolutionary War. Some people from Kenya came here with the British to fight, because they thought if they won, some black people. Now this I had to get his name, come from his memoirs, who was on the America side. But after the war, George Washington, them people they sent up to in Canada, a lot of them were Kenyans, but they just got them Kenyans and snatched them and just put them enslaved here too. So the point that I'm making is how they tied it all together. And I think it's a collective push, not a Jamaica versus England push, or Trinidad versus Spain and England push, or we versus the United States. No, it's us, because the whole world. Oh, that's my take on that position. So you can go ahead. See,
Okay.
I ain't saying you can go out. I'm saying you can go ahead and speak.
Right. Yes, sir. I understand.
No, but the way it came out, it sounded like it was. But you can speak.
Yes, sir. And that's a good point that you're making. But
hey, I'm sorry. Hold on, y'all. It's I got a phone call from MD2. You know what I'm saying? Take it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, MD2.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Bakari, for, again, as I always do, I learn every time you talk. Brother Muhammad.
Wait, hold on, MD2. Can y'all hear him?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
I can hear him.
You know what, Forecast, would it be better if I do the link? If I do that?
Well, it's up to y'all.
I don't care. You can't be John Murray.
No, I don't have a problem either way.
All right.
Okay, so that way it can be a little clearer, because I am in a place where it's probably not as clear as it should be.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry, Muhammad. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. All right. So this is how the slavery thing worked, right? When they got us starting in 1555, and before they would bring them straight to the Americas, before they would bring them straight here to the U.S., what they did, they took some over into the islands to break them. They broke them there. Once they were well broken, then they would bring them over here into the mainland USA. Now, if you was a Kenyan and you got caught up, when your people got here, they were amongst us like all of us was from Africa. So there's no difference. Even if you're a Jamaican, right? When you got here, the Jamaicans talk with their accent. When they got here during that slavery period, no more accent, because you done got cut off from your mama and your pop. You don't even know where on the island of Jamaica you from. You don't even know you from Jamaica. So that is cut. So you wouldn't be speaking today with a Jamaican accent. You'd be speaking like the rest of us. See, what we got to understand is that period of time that we went through what we went through is unique to us and to us only. Now, they didn't start colonializing Africa until the 1800s. Okay? So we really got to look at it and be justified in our argument. Because if we're going to start mixing everybody in that had suffered some egregious wrong, which what they've been through was wrong. I'm not justifying it or not, because I'm not. But that case has to be taken up with the proper authorities. So that may be the Britain. That may mean you need to go to the Queen and their parliament over there and deal with that over there. That just may be the case. But we have to be logical. We know that the enemy going to say, well, wait a minute. You wasn't even over here. So how are you saying that you're getting into this pot? Right? So that's why it has to be defined by that period of time. Now, if we were talking, Brother Bakari, from the beginning of slavery to the end of Jim Crow, then you would be correct at that point. Then everybody, whether you from Africa, or not, but if you was in America during the time of Jim Crow, then yeah, you would be right on that point. Nobody could argue that because they were here during that time. But the time point that we're talking about, they were not here. They was over in Africa. Those of us that was here, we were here. And it was our ancestors that did that work. So we're going to get what our ancestors have worked for. And it don't mean that we're against anybody else, but we have to get what's due us. Now, did you know that the Pan-Africanists, they did go to Durban and present their reparations claim to the UN, to Britain and America and all? They put everybody together and they submitted their reparations claim. And you know what they told them? Get the hell out of my face. Get the hell out of my face. So here you have, the Pan-Africans, and they put together, and now the strongest of them was the Caribbean. They were the strongest of the whole group. But all of them was told, get the hell out of my face, nigga. So we got to be a little smart now and understand, divide it up. Divide it up. Take your case and in your time period and you hit them. You take your case and your time period and you hit them. See, it don't have to be that you hit them all in the same ticket, because this war, you can hit them all at the same time on separate tickets. That's war. That's strategy. Because you want to be able to break the bank. We want to be able to break the bank. Because England don't have that kind of money. America don't have that kind of money. But we put it to them. Then or else. Because, if you think about it, if France and Haiti, that Haiti got to pay France reparations, say what? I'm paying you reparations for what? Because I beat your ass, I beat your butt in war? Now I got to pay you? Come on now. We just got to be more intelligent with it. That's all I'm saying. They're owed, but they're not owed out of this claim. This claim is specific for time period A to time period B only. Go ahead, Brother Bakari. I rest.
Okay.
MG2 on here. Go ahead, MG2. I'll go after him. I'm going to remember what I got to say.
Yeah, I think he just got a question. Well, MD2 can say whatever you want. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, because I really want to hear what you have to say, Brother Bakari, because again, like I said, I learned so much from you. Brother Muhammad, I heard the narrative, and again, I may be wrong. I'm here just to learn like anyone else. I hear the narrative a lot coming out of individuals. They call themselves Black First and other things like that, and they say that those Africans or those Jamaicans or those other individuals don't get what we should have. And nobody's ever quantified exactly what it is that they're going after. Like, sometimes folks will call it money. Sometimes, I've heard everything I've heard is very ambiguous. It's very opaque. And a lot of what happens, and I may be wrong, but I've just noticed this out of a lot of folks calling themselves these xenophobic, for lack of a better term, monikers, ADOS, FBA, B1, or whatever. I can understand that, and I'm not mad at them. I say power to you. You got to do what you got to do. But and I'm so glad that Brother Bakari brought it up about our ancestors who were from these islands, and many of the quote unquote individuals that use these terms like B1 or ADOS or whatever, they tend to have a little bit of lapse of memory, knowing that their ancestors came from those islands before they came to the so-called mainland. Maybe it's just that they're geographically not necessarily aware of this, but it's just common sense. That's where a lot of Africans were at first before they came to Virginia. Now, one of the things that Dr. John Henrik Clarke said is we concentrate so much about where the boats dropped us off at and not from where they picked us up from, which kind of makes sense. If I went ahead and I got a bunch of apples or a bunch of potatoes from the supermarket, and I'm trying to make potato salad or something, I'm not going to be, trying to separate and say, well, this one has 3 eyes, that one has this, and I have to put these, which would be sense if I'm making something that, doesn't need potatoes. My thing is like, I had to get a bunch of potatoes. So I have to concentrate on where I got them. I got them from the supermarket, and I got, it's like where did the boats pick us from is more important. I may be wrong, but I tend to think it's more important than where they dropped us off. Oh, I dropped them off at Puerto Rico. I dropped those off in Brazil. I dropped those. And a lot of what I really have to do, which I still haven't found out yet from these individuals, these so-called intellects, who they are, they call themselves ADOS, whatever. And they're always talking about what they deserve, what they should get, what's up to, and I really wonder, do they know who they should get it from? And what's the extent of what those that did to them to make them so-called deserve it? I'd like to know who are the ones who don't deserve it and why. And I'd like to know what delineates them different from those they don't think deserve it, because as Brother Bakari said it so well, we were all had the same relationship with these demons, crackers, devils, or whatever you want to call them, and Arabs, and every other race. We all had the same relationship, irrespective of whether we were from Kenya or whether we were from Kansas. Then I also asked Brother Muhammad something that you had said earlier, and again, I'm just learning from you. I'm just here to learn. You had said something about how you look and how you're projected in terms of power, because I've been listening from the very jump when you guys first started, and how you were projecting that power in front of others, and how they look upon you. And I tend to wonder, I'm like telling myself, why do I really care? I'm not here to go ahead and project power in front of someone to get their respect or this and that. I'm here to go ahead and wipe them out of the way. Okay, at least me. That's just me. I'm different, and I'm not very, like I said, not totally astute. But I'm not here to go ahead, and I don't care what someone else thinks or does or wants to do. I'm here just to go ahead and make sure I get rid of them. So therefore, they're not even a thought. Because when you brought up Million Man March, I asked myself, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I remember you were saying about the things that you guys did and wanted, and what it was about. But then I also asked myself, why are we in the same position if it was so successful? If it was. I don't know if it was or wasn't. To me, when I think things are successful, things have changed. And clearly, maybe it's just me because I don't have a lot of eyesight, but I have not seen any real changes in terms of before Million Man March 1, 2, or 3, and after Million Man March 1, 2, or 3. The same things are happening, the same things that we own and control, we really own and control, which is nothing. And the same individuals that own and control everything still have it, even if it's Bezos now, or it could have been Bill Clinton then. So, there's just things I need a lot of clarification of. So I really appreciate it, brother. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to you, Brother Bakari.
Well, hold on. Let me answer brother MG two questions so I
Go
don't
ahead.
forget them.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So understand this, right? There's a lot of different factions out there, and not everybody understand. And I'm talking about the ADOS, you know, the FBA and all that, the Freemen and all that, right? Not everybody at this current time understand or see everything in the same way. Okay, I was in a meeting earlier today. About reparations, and we had Africans in there. We had Somalians in there, or they're still Africans, but we had a nice bunch, right? And trying to be a peace settling situation, right? Because you have this fight between our brothers and sisters here and some of our brothers and sisters over on the motherland that have come here as immigrants. So you have this fight going on. And, you know, there's work that has to be done. But at what everybody have to understand, okay? Some of our people they understand that they about to get their money. And if you coming against what I'm trying to get for me and mine, then you present a problem. And so they will fight over this. This is a reality. That's why I said this earlier, you know, because this is what I'm dealing with. This is what I'm actually seeing. And so me understanding this, then I'm knowing, okay, because we're continually trying to educate and put fires out where fires don't need to be, right? So everybody understand that we came from Africa, right? Everybody understand that we were on the boat and we came here and our ancestors was enslaved. We all agreement with that. We're all in agreement. There's no disagreement with that. The problem comes of the disagreement was because you have some of our brothers that are immigrants, some of our brothers and sisters that are immigrants. They come here and they speak on our behalf and say, we don't need reparations. They don't believe in it. That's a problem because you're speaking on a topic that you have no right to speak on. So that's going to make animosity, that's going to make anger, and that's going to fuel the fire. So it has to be education where they learn, don't do that because that's going to piss off these people. Don't do that. And then on their side, you're going to need them to fight for you for something. Then let's bring it to the table and hammer out what your side need, what my side need, so we can work together. We got to come out of the thinking of let's fight each other. No, come into the thinking of where are our lines that we can agree on, because our time frame ain't gonna move. It is what it is. It ain't gonna change. So that's what it is. It's just not. As far as the Million Man March is concerned, the Million Man March was supposed to produce a change inwardly to those people who bought into the message. If you understood what the message was about and you applied it to your life, like I applied it to my life, then there's change. And my behavior dictates that change. So, you know, I don't know what you're going to see on a grand scale because it was on each person individually what they do. Now, if you go down to Baltimore, there's a group called, I think it's We Are Each Other or something like that. Now, that group come from the Million Man March, and it's Muslims and atheists and Christians and all type of black men. They working together in a progressive manner, dealing with some of the issues that's there in their city that they're working on. So because we don't have an eyesight in every corner in America, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means we're not aware of it. And we should know that the enemy ain't going to put it on their TV and show us, hey, this is what this group doing that came from the million. They're not going to do that because we know, hell, they censor me. My channels continually get taken down, continually. I continually get blocked and thrown in Facebook jail or this jail, Twitter jail. Why? Because my message is correct. And we actually doing the work. And if more people saw it and understand it, then they will buy into it and start working more in a progressive and productive manner. And then maybe you'll be able to see all the pieces coming together to do these work if the enemy didn't stop blocking us out. Or if we didn't stop beating down on each other to give the enemy the more to go to. Yeah, because look at them. These niggas, they going at each other. They going at each other. So let's keep doing it even more. It'll keep them being divided. That's why I keep saying maturity. And I say this on both sides. I say this on our side. I say this to the ADOS, the freedmen, all. I say to everybody, we got to mature because this is war. And I'm sorry, your emotionalism is just not going to cut it. We got to be able to think. I mean, I'm looking at some of these chat messages, and Farrakhan children have white wives and all of that. What business of yours that one of the minister's children was married to a white woman and they had a white daughter or a mixed daughter? And does Joshua teach you? No, Joshua don't teach nobody. But that was his decision. Are your children perfect? Hell, my children ain't perfect. I wasn't perfect to my parents. But we're going to be so petty and use that as an agent of division? Come on, y'all. We got to grow up, man. I hope I answered your question, Big Bro.
Not really, but that's okay. I'm gonna listen to Brother Bakari, and then I'm gonna go ahead and because I'm still trying to learn. So
okay,
I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what the question is again, and I can write it down, and then after Bakari speaks, I'll answer. Can you give it to me one more time?
I'm gonna wait for Brother Bakari and Forecast to allow me to do it.
Okay. All right, hold on, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all gotta stick to this, right? And this is like the whole purpose, you know what I'm saying? But like I said at the beginning, y'all gotta remember that kids watching, that we can have these conversations, but we gotta understand the greater thing. But like, so y'all chill out in the chat and all that stuff and talking, making it personal. If it ain't about the topic, then you know what I'm saying, y'all gotta, you know what I'm saying, chill out. So yo, MG2, you can ask your questions and then like Bakari go in or however y'all want to do it. But like
Let me say before I get, because it went around right quick. So I'm gonna say this, right? I do believe the retarded genius Albert Einstein definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over, expecting a different result. We marched in 65 and watched. We marched in 95, watched. Marched in 2015, watched. Ready to go back. The only thing I'm trying to point out, 95, they say it was 1 million. 2015, I don't know how many was there in 64, 65. 2015, there was 1 million. Think about while you own somebody grass, pumping your fist, we talking, because we say don't get into emotions. Because that's what that is. That's an emotional stunt. We're going to go stand out here and we're going to let them know y'all owe us. Ain't going to do nothing about it, but y'all owe us. And all that money you giving to these damn people, why is it so hard to realize? Why is it so hard to fathom? You know what? I ain't going to stand back on that grass. Let's do something different. We got black banks. Let's create a committee. Let's have people in charge. Let's get us some accountants, some financial. Let's do it through the bank. So out of them, which 1 million gonna come? Press 1 in the chat so we can see. So how far do you live away? You live in Atlanta. So now you're gonna either drive, which is gas money, gas high. So that's $250. It's according to what you're driving. $250 to get to DC. It's about $400 get there and back because gas high, right? You're gonna get a hotel. You're gonna buy food. So instead of doing all that, put that money right here. Okay, so we got 1 million people say they're gonna spend about $300 a piece. So we got a committee set up. Put that money here. Now we create reparations for ourselves. Because guess what? I don't care what white folks think about me. You know, if they ain't black, they're white. I make that clear, right? I don't care what they think about me or what type of respect I'm getting from them. I respect me. 4 pillars of black folks. The first one start with respect. Respect, love, provide, and protect. We'll be respecting ourselves by not going out there constantly doing that same damn demonstration. We will be loving ourselves if we decide to say, you know what, we're going to put this money in this pot. We will be protecting ourselves because with $300 million, we can start putting militias. You say you got your town that you're doing in Mississippi, so we can have something to protect what you're doing. Now we can provide. We done got this apartment building here. We got people in the organization that know how to do the work. So we ain't got to pay nobody. We got electricians, we got plumbers, we got carpenters. So here we go. Or maybe we do. How much money is it going to take for you to do all this apartment? Let's say it's a 60. I would normally charge $300,000, but since it's us and I'm Black First, instead of giving me $300,000, just make sure my people is paid. They're going to be able to stay here and we can do this work. Furnish the sheetrock, furnish the installation. But we're going to keep going giving our money to people that we say we don't like to prove something to them. No, it's time to make a change. It is absolutely time to make a change. We have to change our approach. If we change our mindset, our way of thinking, our conditions can change 48 hours. But once we change that conditioning, because once we change our mind, we're going to change how we feel about one another. We might not ever be best friends, but as long as we got the same end goal. I was in this man's United States Army. You know what I mean? The people I had to go, I was a cook, flipping eggs with that I didn't like. Or we out there in that field serving food for 1,000 damn people. Whether I liked them or not, I had to stand there next to them and flip them damn eggs. So if I can do it for them, I can do it for us. Now I'm going to talk on this thing about right quick, because I'm going to get right back to you, MG2. I'm going to say this real quick about the reparations things, about dealing with our people from other places, right? So watch this. We call people racist. I've said this 114 times. This make 115. We studied what the word racist, how people became racist, right? So I'm going to show you when I say how we still fighting and bickering one another because we from different places, different groups. Watch this. We got the British, the French, both of those languages, the Spanish, the British, the French, the Spanish, the Dutch, and the Portuguese. Them with the 5 biggest slave owners, slavers, slave traders. You can just look out through the Americas and you can see that. You can see those, right? You go to the Antilles, that's the Dutch islands, right? They call it Netherlands Antilles. Portuguese, that's Brazil. Spain, all through South America, and was in Florida at one time. You know, English here, French, Haiti, here, you know, all throughout the islands, right? They went, when the Pope gave them that papal bull and say, you can go get Africans and enslave them, right? They were racing to see who could build the new world first. That's how they became racist, right? And I say that to say all this. Those 5 countries, all different places, knew in order for them to do what they wanted to do and make sure they be able to give their kickback to the Pope, even though they were fighting and bickering and having wars with one another for this land because they wanted to see who could build it quicker, they all worked together to create some so they could be rich. You ain't gonna find nothing by Sweden in slave. It had nothing to do with the slave trade, but they benefit because who they are, because they are white, they are European. They looked out for one another. But when it comes to us, we went, well, this is ours. Y'all can't get my piece of cheese. And when I say it all worked together, Brother Maurice, if I come to your house, kick in your door, black boot stomp you, black boot stomp your wife. I'm just using an analogy. That's all I'm doing. I ain't, you know.
Right.
You understand? That's all I'm doing. Just using an analogy. Sir. Black boot stomp you, black boot stomp your wife, snatch your kids, your grandkids, take them away from you. You don't see them no more, but you got other family there, right? Don't nobody see, and they keep them away from you. They have kids. 300 years later, with you, the people that been black boot stomped, when I decide to give the people I took from you 300 years later, would I owe the people I took them from some money too? Because I tore them apart. See, what happened is, it is different. But they came to my house and took my wife, took my mama, took my daddy, took my kids, and took them all the way around the world for 400 years. Now we divided and we fighting one another. Something that they created. So when they start saying they're gonna fix a group of people, you can't just fix one group. All of the groups have to be fixed. Because even though I didn't go in chattel slavery here, and they so-called didn't colonize me to the 1800s, they have already robbed me of my damn family 400 years ago. And now we can say we need reparations. And now we'll divide. The British should give to Nigeria. The British should give to England. The British should give to Jamaica. Well, goddamn, the British owe us too. Because when they bought you here, this was not America. They were the British colonies. That's why we speak, I call it American, but that's why we speak English. Because we were taken by the same people and have the same fight with the same people, and they are still prospering from what they did to us all around the world, right? And we're arguing saying, I can't let them come here and get some of my peanut butter and jelly because it ain't enough to go around. The strength is in numbers. I understand when they say our is unique. I understand that to an extent. But the whole thing that happened was a unique experience for everyone. See, like my grandmama is from Africa Town, right? Questions I probably should have asked. They know, so which would be me, where they came from, right? So why should I forget about my people in that part of the world? We shouldn't. I'm not saying for us fighting for reparations, it's time to do something different. I just want to be, we're going to take a different approach. We ain't going to even let them know me saying a plan on YouTube is too much. But that's what we're going to have to do. And I'm going to come back around after MG2 speak and everybody speak again, because I want to talk about these businesses and everything, because I'm glad you acknowledged my dump truck business online. I appreciate that, brother, for giving me a thumbs up on that, but I also want to talk about businesses because Team Black, we have helped a couple of people start businesses, and that's what I'm talking about us doing today.
All right, hey, so look, I'm gonna let MG2 ask his question, and then Brother Muhammad answer it, and then like I said, we'll finish the conversation, but like I said, y'all, and so we don't be too long, y'all can like have a back and forth. But then I'm gonna ask y'all, because at a certain point, I want to talk about like the whole the topic of capitalism with the topic, you know what I'm saying? So MG2, go ahead and do your thing.
I'm glad that you said that. I mean, like I said, I'm just learning so much from you guys. Power versus equality, capitalism versus anti-capitalism. I don't want to front run, but I'm gonna tell you guys something else. I'm a capitalist true to the core. Why? If I'm in the ocean and I fall off a cruise ship and I get in there, I'm gonna capitalize on every piece of air that I get while I'm out there in the middle of the sea. So everything in nature is gonna capitalize on whatever it can to survive. Races capitalize even on political as well as other types of things that they can, especially political or especially in a group context. When you guys brought up the Million Man March, and my father and Minister Farrakhan had known each other before my father died. They knew each other for 60 years and more than 60 years, because my dad and Farrakhan were both in a band before he joined the nation. They were both in a Calypso band, and they've been, very good friends until the day my dad died. The thing is I used to get on him about it, and of course that's his buddy. So I would tell him, I'd say, well, I'm looking at things that are productive, okay? And I look at Million Man March 1, 2, and 3, and probably 4, who knows? And I say, what are the differences that they did and what did they produce as opposed to some other individuals who I'd say about a year ago this week, went over there and did their own version of a Million Man March and pretty much changed the entire political context of what's going on right now. If you guys remember January 6th, that was a different type of Million Man March, and it got done more than Million Man March 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6, or even the remix like Hidden Colors 10 will ever do. Here's what I mean. Brother Muhammad said it was more of a personal, it was more of a personal change, and I can understand that everybody needs a personal change. I could do that just by what they call New Year's resolutions, because everybody's trying to look for personal change. What I saw in individuals that get things done is an external change. You saw a lot of folks get things done the way they wanted to do, whether good, bad, or other. That I have not seen out of any, and I'm not just saying the nation. I'm saying RBGs. I'm saying ADOS, whatever. The civil rights, whatever it is. I have not seen anything, any change, any innovation, anything that is of any substantial nature that will help the African or the Black folks or even their own individualistic self control their destiny and be able to conquer the world. I have not seen any of it. Okay, and if there is any evidence of it, why hasn't it not been repeated and created and flourished and gone viral like you guys talk about videos? Because clearly we're using a service. You know what? It's the easier way to tell you guys, because I think you can hear it more in numbers. I talk about innovation. And when I mean innovation, since even the so-called civil rights, what has been innovated that the world wants, needs, can't do it out, and ready to kill for, that it's by Black folks, ADOS, Africans, whatever. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Chad Hurley or Steve Chin or James Karim. Do you guys know who those guys are?
I don't.
I'm sure you guys, I know you got it. I know, Brother Bakari, you know who Chad Hurley is.
Say the name again.
Chad Hurley, Steve Chin, and Jawad Karim.
I know the last two.
And you know what they're known for, right?
Nope. I'm gonna be honest. I can't remember what they're known for. Nope.
Well, we should all know what they're. Why? Well, let me give you guys. This is what I mean by innovation and by the things we talk about. Basically, I don't want to say that we're immaterial because I love you guys. I love us. I love our brothers. But in terms of innovation and getting things done, I can have a personal type of transformation. But these guys use something, and they didn't look for a Million Man March to do it. Okay, they spent about 11.5 million on some video stuff, and then somebody else bought them out. But right now, as the four of us are talking, we're using their service. It's called YouTube. They created YouTube. $11 million made them billionaires. This was done in 2006. Million Man March was 1995, 2005, 2015, and ain't nothing got done. And ain't nothing will get done. But these three non-Black folks took less than 8 million and created a service that the three of us are talking on right now that's worth billions, hundreds of billions. This is what I mean. I don't know if you guys, there was this other guy, he took $85 a month on a server. You guys might know him. And, he stole some stuff from somebody else, he was over at Yale, Stanford, and Columbia. He only spent $85 a month on this. And he turned this thing, I think you guys know him, his last name is hard to pronounce, it's called Zuckerberg. But it only cost him $85 a month. That thing is worth at least 100 billion. Now they're calling it metaverse. But the real kicker that gets me is when I talk about innovation, there was another guy who took $9 million and he only spent like $40,000 to develop this thing. But this thing was valued at $1 billion last year, and it's mostly occupied 98% by Black folk. It's called Clubhouse. I could continue and go on and on forever. When I'm talking about getting things done, when I'm talking about equality or power, they have power because clearly we're using their service, especially Chin and the other guy. We're using it as we're talking right now because they made $1 billion off of our noise. The thing is the power versus equality. And I'm glad you said that, Brother Forecast, about the real topic of this, power versus equality. A lot of us are looking for equality. That's why we're looking to make sure that they look at us a certain way, they talk to us a certain way, we're respected or whatever. But in terms of power, I don't think that Steve Schwinn or Zuckerberg or the other guy I don't think they could care less what we feel about them because they have power. They have power to go ahead and change governments. That's why you Zuckerberg and everybody else in Senate committees dealing with, okay, how did you manipulate this government? Was clearly, that's how individuals win now, called social media. You have all kinds of things. This is power. Whereas I may be wrong. Again, I'm going out on a limb with this. Whereas I'm seeing right now, individuals that are looking for so-called equality. Oh, well, those Africans, they didn't have our experience. Doesn't matter. None of you guys took $11 million and turned it to $1 billion, or 40,000 and turned it to $1 billion like we did the last year that developed Clubhouse. So I don't care if you're from Kenya, Kansas, Tanzania, or Texas. We have, unfortunately, as Africans, that I see from my limited vision, our focus is on the things that don't matter, and other folks' matter is on the things they need to focus on. And that's, I think, is a major difference between us and those, again, we want so-called equality, but they always end up with the power. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic on that one.
All right. Thank you, dear brothers. I want to ask both of you a question real quick. Are y'all not do y'all understand the stuff that I'm saying?
Wholeheartedly.
Huh?
Totally.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because I don't like repeating myself over and over, because I keep saying the same thing over and over again. One thing is unfair, right? You're comparing our people to the cracker, right? Ain't nothing happened to the cracker. They ain't been through no slavery. They ain't had their mind manipulated. They ain't lost their mind, their religion, their culture, nothing. They already got 16 steps ahead of us. But you want to compare a broken people to the people that's on top. That's kind of unfair. It ain't kind of unfair. It's very unfair. We ain't on the same level playing field to make that comparison. So they should be doing that, because they don't have nothing holding them back. They ain't fighting amongst each other in their division of how they gonna move forward. They ain't doing that. They, do. And when they do come together and fight, they ain't on no goddamn public TV to show everybody, unless it's quote unquote show and tell. They go and make their moves. Hey, look, we need to band together to do this to this group so that they're not able to capitalize on what we're trying to do. We need to beat them to the point. See, that's how they do. But to compare us to them is grossly unfair, because we have a lot on us that they put on us. So they should be able to create YouTube. They should be able to create Facebook and Clubhouse. They should, because they free. The majority of our people are working hands down night and day, trying to make sure that they pay their bills. Where's their creative energy at? It's going to work paying these damn bills. Then the bills ain't getting less, the bills are getting more. So yeah, they're not as creative, because their time of being creative, where's their creativity going? So we got to begin to think. We got to begin to mature. See, so like this, right? I work one job, okay? I don't have 2, 3, 4 jobs. I work one job. That one job that I got is stressful enough. But yet, because I get paid decently at that one job, I have a lot of other time where I can think and I can plan and I can make moves so that the rest of my people can't do this, but I'm going to do it for you to the best of my ability. And when it need to be changed and did this to and did that to, then we do that, right? Because we're not on the same playing field. That's just not fair to compare us to them. Now you say January 6th produced more. What did it produce? I mean, you got people that go to court, went to jail, crying about, oh, I didn't mean it. You got people that died. You got the police not doing their job, knowing about the stuff is coming, and they did nothing to stop it. What came out of that? Nothing.
I can tell you a lot.
Ain't no government change to make them people that did their little dog and pony show give them, oh yeah, because of our dog and pony show, we got this. We got that.
Virginia did. Virginia's got a new governor right now because of it.
Because people went out and showed out in DC, so Virginia got a new governor. Okay.
They got two new governors came in, 2 governor races, because what had happened at January 6th was not in isolation, Brother Muhammad. Sorry to cut you off, but I got to be real with you. We see the capital flows that came behind it and the money that came behind it. That's why that you got new You got gerrymandering in Wisconsin. You just got Pittsburgh. We have 16 different gerrymandering because of the things that the January 6th so-called insurrection had scared a lot of political. You've also got many Democrats that are now in the Senate and the House are retiring because they know that there's a more powerful force. They're looking at the long game. We're looking at what makes us feel good.
No, we're not looking at what makes us feel good. We're looking at the long game. That's why we're going after power. That's why we do what we do. We don't do anything to just do it. This is power that we're going after. So you want power, you got to take it. Where is power at? Power is at you get in those seats. How are you going to get in those seats? You get in those seats by creating your own political party, your own message. You have your own politicians and you put them in those seats of power. You go after power. This is the long game. See, this is one thing about me. I'm not a political neophyte. I see game when I see it. January 6th, that was a farce. You know how it was a farce? When the government knows that this is going to happen and they say, stand down, don't do nothing. Stand down, don't do. They had one clip, they done took it off, where the camera was watching and turned to the police officer, and the police officer in the clip raised his hand up and his shoulders like, I don't know, don't look at me.
Hey, hold on 1 second, y'all. There's a phone call. Yo, what's going on, bro? Say your name and
Yeah, this is Marcus Truesight out of California. And when it comes down to power versus equality, we've always been pushing for equality, but they don't want to see what they have thingified, what they have commodified, equal. I mean, it was Abraham Lincoln in that debate against Douglas who said what side he chose that supremacy would be assigned to. And that was white folks. So the thing is, just like Sister Soldier said, we are at war. And as far as being at war, staying on code is key. And another thing, when it comes down to all these different divisions and everything, we have to stay focused. We have to stay focused on the end goal. The end goal, as it always has been, reparations. We don't want to be equal with them. We want to be free. And that's all I got to say.
all right, thank you for calling in, bro.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, man. And yeah, like I said, this is an open conversation, so y'all go ahead. But go ahead, Brother Muhammad.
All right. So that's what we're about. We're about power, and this is the long game. I don't do anything just for show and tell. Everything that I do is going to produce a response. It's going to gain us more power because you can motivate. What was the whole COINTELPRO thing about? They wanted to stop the rise of what? A black messiah that will do what? That will organize and motivate the people to action. What are we doing? We're organizing and we're motivating the people to action. This is the long game. We're not people that don't take accountability of what's going on. See, this is one thing about me, and I had this experience because my feet is in the water. I'm feeling the current. So I know which way it's going. And I know which way we got to direct it. I know these things. That's why I'm keep telling y'all over and over again, hey, look, it's more important, even if you disagree with reparations. At this time, don't be out in the public fighting. No, I don't think this and this is a pipe dream. Don't do that because you're sending the wrong message. We need to be divided. I just told y'all earlier today, I was in a meeting with us and Africans and, trying to get all of that stuff squealed, cushed, put that shit down. Let them understand, look, we can work in a cooperative manner because this issue that we're dealing with, slavery and reparations, it ain't going to change. We're not going to open the dates. The dates are what they are. This is our justice claim, and it is right and exact. So don't interfere with that. You make sure you get to your group of people and don't be going on TV saying that reparations is not needed. You're not speaking on your area. You need to tell them you need to go find an African American and you ask them that question, because they can answer that question. Because if you ask me, I'm gonna say pay them what they owe. So that's how we work together in a cooperative manner. But if you don't understand what I'm saying and mature up to the level to say, look, even though I don't agree with your reparation stance, I'm not going to say nothing in the public to make it seem like I don't agree. I'll tell you privately, because that's where it's supposed to be. And then maybe off of our private conversation, you say, well, Brother Muhammad, I think you should go this way. Well, you should go this way, because this train is already moving. And it ain't going to stop. It's going to keep building and keep building. But from what I'm seeing from right now, if we don't be able to get the code in check and make sure we police what we say in the public about reparations, it's going to be a big fight that nobody really want to deal with, because it's going to be us fighting us, because one disagree with this. And we doing it in the public instead of in the private. We got to begin thinking. Now, Brother Bakari, you said something about race that I've heard other people say, and I guess I should have said something to them about it because they were wrong with it. You said something about, the Catholic Church and all of them racing, to see who get rich first. Now, maybe that's just a little joke thing, that y'all say, but we know that this cracker, when it returns about race, is talking about the Pacific human beings that ancestry belong to a certain lineage, right? That's what they are talking about. And then when you put the 3 letters IST to it, now you're talking about a racist is a person who studies their race, who loves their race, who works for the upliftment of their race. Now, what the negative connotation, which what the crackers do, they do those 3 things. They love their race, they work to protect their race, they work to uplift their race. They do those 3 things, but they do it at the expense of our people. That's what they do. They do it at the expense of our people. So they take the word racist, which is a good thing, but they use it in a negative way. See, we want to uplift our race. We want to protect our race. We love our race. We are racist. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But when you do it at the expense of another people, then that's something wrong with that. So that's what race is. That's what racist is. And that's what they do. I am for our people, 1,000%. I have our people. Look, and B1, we're populated with people that live in America, that live outside of America, live in London, live in on different countries in Africa. It's not that we don't see our people and we don't love our people, because trust and believe, they love me, I love them. We are in accord. And like I tell them, look, this reparations fight that we doing here, that's what this is about here. And it's not a distraction from what you got to do on your shore. It ain't a distraction. It ain't a pull away from. But this is our responsibility here. And just like you got a responsibility. See, I tell them, and I don't make no joke with it, you need to overthrow your government, because they ain't worth a damn. Because they bowing down to the cracker. And they the ones in authority. You got to realize, our people helped in our enslavement. You don't get away from that. You were wrong for doing that, and you knew better. But you did it anyway. You did it anyway. So right. we just got to keep it 100 and be thinking always, because the enemy is always watching us.
Right. Yeah. All right, hold on, Bakari. Hold on. Because like I'll let you go between you and God, whatever. But let me say this, what I'm saying? Like I said, y'all can say anything y'all want to say. I just don't want to take it personal on that level, what I'm saying? Because the whole thing is us not hating each other more than the situation we in. Y'all can hate each other till the end of time. I don't really care. But black people so caught up on our emotions, MG2. That's why we have these same conversations since, like you said, 2005, and never a conversation on how can we build our own platform. And shout out to Ben, because that's the show I'm really supposed to be doing right now about black technology, and his creating a platform for us to have these conversations, because the enemy is watching us 100%. But who cares what they watching? But our children is watching us, and they are picking up on what we do and what we say. So you know what I'm saying? That's what I want y'all to be clear on. But y'all can say whatever y'all want to say, you know what I'm saying? But just keep it, like, you know what I'm saying, on the topic. Like,
yeah, just keep the N word out of it. Kids watch.
Hey, oh yeah,
Black
by the way,
kids don't need to think that the N word.
yeah, by the way, Bakari, yo, because I'm glad you said that, and like, because I was like, because kids watch too, like, y'all can say cuss, like, it's a place for cuss words, so y'all can cuss and all of that stuff. But like, if we could say the N word, we could definitely say cracker. You know what I'm saying? So like, I want y'all to be free to say what y'all want to say, but you know what I'm saying? I just want y'all to keep that in mind, like it's people that call me like, yo, I can't let my kid watch this because we cussing too much and all of this kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta let our emotions out of it and to be about business, because it's about freedom, you know what I'm saying, or power, or not equality. So you know what I'm saying? Guy, you can go ahead and
let me get this right quick. Okay, go ahead, guy, because it's gonna be a slip my mind. It was my turn. Go ahead, guy.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah.
You go ahead, guy.
Go ahead. Well, it's up to y'all. It's up to y'all, between y'all.
Go ahead, brother Bakari. Go ahead. Go after you. Go ahead.
Because I ain't gonna be long. I just want to say, see, Maurice, when people use that and tell you where the races come from, when you say ain't nothing wrong with it, we use that and say where it come from to let you know, okay, that's what they are. We need to be the same. There ain't nothing. I agree with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Now watch this. As far as the reparations things, right? If it's gonna be, let me tell you what I'm against with the reparations. Then I'm gonna pass it to guy. I'm not against black folks getting money if they gonna give black folk, but reparations need to be more than money. There's I'm gonna talk about this because we need to study, and I'm just gonna be honest. My daddy case and have a committee to come together so we can sue this country on the state of all HBCUs, so all HBCUs can prosper. We can force them to do that. But when I hear people talk about cut the check, cut the check, cut the check, I see how people can get lazy, just waiting on money. I literally know people thought they had a reparations check coming in the mail, listening to ADOS and FBA them. They really thought that. It makes people, it can get people lazy. So then once they get lazy, there's no more building because they was waiting. They thought they had this imaginary, they thought they had the imaginary check. But when we discuss this reparation, because I'm finna pass it, reparations has to be more than just some financial gain, because we suffer from PTSD. We all need help in many different ways. Go ahead, brother guy. It'll come back to me after you. I just want to say that before it slipped my mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Forecast, for having me. It was good. MG2 was good, brother Bakari.
What up, guy?
And here's the thing. I think it's very selfish. That somebody, a black American would say, oh, it's only for us. It's only for us. Well, towards my knowledge, if we're going to fight for reparation, it was dealing with the African Holocaust, not a black American Holocaust, the African Holocaust. This is a global situation. This is not just no isolated issue. So when they talk about the Jewish Holocaust, they got different type of Jews. They didn't say, oh, just the American Jew. They said the Jewish Holocaust. I think it's very selfish. And we talk about reparation. Waiting for reparations is like waiting on Jesus to come save black people. Let's be realistic. Do you know how you can get reparations? Why don't you sue go to a world court and sue all those people that stole our people inventions. Let's do that. Because the descendants are still alive today. When we talk about all these inventions our people did that the white man took, the white man had tricked our people into taking it, no, we got to take them to court. That's the first reparations we should do. Because I'm sick and tired. I keep saying, "Oh well, you got that from the white man." The white man did not invent nothing. Black people need to stop that shit. Excuse my language. They took our inventions, and we need to take it back. That's the first reparations that we get. And then when you talk about reparations, all about repair, right? Well, Africa was damaged. They took the best people out of Africa. They didn't take any old body out of Africa. They took the best out of Africa. So if we're going to talk about repair, not to reparations to build America, or just, oh, well, we're going to take over a state. So the nations don't respect populations. When you talk about a state's dealing with populations. It's not a nation. So when you have a state of an emergency, who are you going to run to? I know what you're going to run to. You're going to run right back to the white man, your savior. You need that federal funding, right? So we got to stop playing these games. We got to understand what is power. Power means you have a government that stands by you. We have no power because we don't have a government. America is not our government. And I did a video on it. I did a program on this because we're so busy hating on Africa, and we think we could build our own little government in this crappy country called United States. And that's the problem. Power is where you can have a government that stands by you. When the Asians that come over, they have a government that stands by them. This is the reason why Biden had to pass laws to protect Asians. Because the government was like, yo, you're gonna have to stop this or else. And that's the problem. Your power is all about competition. It's all about competition. And yes, it is a race. It is a race. That's what race came from. So I want to because what I see as all these marching and the Million Man March and all that was just to fit in the white man's, or try to make it seem like, oh, we're better citizens, we're good citizens, and we're trying to, let's join your little society. Chicago is still messed up, and they collected a lot of money in the Million Man March. They collected a lot of money in the Million Man March. And then what kills me is that they said, well, reparations about Black Americans. Well, Farrakhan, both of his parents is from the Caribbean, so that means he should not get anything either. Because his parents wasn't from here. His mother was from St. Kitts, his father was from Jamaica. So he should not get a damn thing. And his kids should not get nothing either. So, I just hear a lot of rhetoric, man. It's just like it's just sad. It's just sad. I'm listening, and I just hear just a bunch of crazy rhetoric. We got to understand what power is. We got to understand what power is. Where we can go to our government and claim anything. We cannot ask. We got to ask the white man for permission. In order to march, you're gonna have to ask the white man to march. Farrakhan had to ask the white man, can he come to DC and have a Million Man March? He just couldn't go by him. He just couldn't just say, we gonna do it. So Brother Kari was talking about real power. So a lot of people you got some people try to equate power with equality. No, it's two different things. It's two different things. So I just want to and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this lastly. Let me say this lastly. When I was younger, when I was in high school, I didn't know there was slavery in these Caribbean countries. Only thing they showed on TV was slavery in the United States. So I'm thinking that since our people were prisoners of war, because that's what that's what we are, prisoners of war. They never showed, hey, there's black people that was enslaved in Haiti. Didn't know nothing about no Haitian Revolution. Didn't know nothing about the slavery that went down in Jamaica and all these other, in Brazil. I had to learn that later. So that's when I realized we all connected. We are the same. You got black people are uniting with other black people, or marrying other black people from other countries. You got black people are now marrying and coming together now. We are one. And and like I said again, we're stronger in numbers. All this isolated crap, this ADOS and foundation of Black America is some pseudoscience crap. And I hear how they talk against African people, and I hear there's very nasty people. I don't even want to be around these people. I'm not a Black American, so I guess I won't be getting reparations, according to some people. I'm African, all day, every day. And I yield the mic.
All right. So let me say this, and I'm going to do this very fast. And I'm going to present it in a different way, because now maybe if I present it in this way, it'll be a way that everybody will understand exactly what I'm saying, because we're instead of getting on the topic, like we keep repeating the same old stuff. So I'm going to say it in a different way, and hopefully everybody will be able to understand. Okay. So right off the back, who is eligible? Guy brought up that Minister Farrakhan would not be eligible because both of his parents were not here in America during slavery. And that is correct. He would not be eligible for reparations, nor would his children, because their lineage was not here during that defined time. So we don't care who you are. We don't care what your name, what your title is. It goes by where were you at? Where did you come from during these two specific time periods? And if you wasn't here, you ain't getting a check. Simple as that. Now, to even make sure that it is even more clearer, when you go to work and you do your 80 hours or your 90 hours, how many hours? 20 hours. You pick up your check at the end of the day. I can't get paid from your work because I wasn't there. I didn't do it. It would be wrong for me to show up at your job and say, hey, I need half of that check because he getting paid. I want to get paid too, even though I didn't show up for work. But he showed up, so he should get it. Now, we talked about Jews. Jews got reparations, but not all Jews got reparations. All Jews did not get reparations. Only the Jews that were in Germany got reparations. If you wasn't in Germany, you ain't getting no reparations. Now, you had black Jews in Ethiopia. Did they get reparations? No, they didn't. Did some of the other Jews, I forget the name of it, escapes me for right now, but did they get reparations? No, they didn't get no reparations either. Why they didn't get reparations? They were all Jews, because that set of Jews did not go in ovens. So they didn't get no reparations. What about the Japanese? They got reparations here in America. Did all Japanese get reparations in America that was here? No, not all Japanese got reparations. Only the ones that were put in the internment camps, that lost their property, their businesses, they got 20 grand. They got reparations because it affected them people only. What about the Indians? What about the Indians? Did all the Indians get reparations? No, all the Indians didn't get reparations. Only 176 tribes got it. And then some that lived on reservations got a little bit more than the others who didn't. They got theirs per capita, but not all Indians got reparations. So if it's all right for Jews to only pay reparations to the ones who were inflicted with the damage, and if it's all right for the Japanese, only the ones that were inflicted with the damage, and if it's all right for only the Indians that were inflicted with the damage to get reparations, why in the world is it a problem? Why is it a problem? Because we black people say for this time period that our people was enslaved, that worked to make America great, we want reparations. We want the money that's owed to us. Why is it all right for everybody else, but it's not all right for us? And the thing about it, I respect when the Africans say something, that they against reparations. I respect that, right? Because they want to be included. I understand. I don't understand when our own stand up and say we shouldn't get reparations unless it include everybody. Well, hell, when they took it in Durban and had the conference and put the whole reparations claim from everybody, all black people on the planet, and they put it to them crackers there, and the cracker told them, go to hell. We ain't giving you nothing. So they tried that, and it failed. So here we are. We can see what was done, and we can see what the result was. Well, let us not look at the ones that were successful. It's wrong for us to look at the ones who were successful and model that approach. So if the Jews did it and it worked, why can't we do it? If the Japanese did it and it worked, what's wrong with us? If the Indians can do it and it worked, damn, are we afraid to do what others have done that actually worked? Or do we want to stay with doing shit that don't work, stuff that don't work? Now, hating Africa, I haven't heard anybody on this platform say that they hate Africa. I haven't heard anybody on this platform say that they hate our African brothers and sisters. I know I am the man who have them in my organization. So I don't know where this is coming from, because nobody up here said that we have a problem with Africa. Why are we putting stuff that don't even belong in what we're talking about in the cake mix? Let's just stick with what's in the cake mix. And that's all that I'm saying. Look, this is moving forward whether you like it or not. And the only thing I'm asking you is not to be a part of it. I'm not asking you to be a part. I'm just asking you, for the sake of unity and peace, don't bash it in the public. Because I already see, because I'm dealing with trying to mediate and put other fires out because of it. And I'm seeing, well, hell, if this stuff continues, it's going to be a real bad thing. So only thing I'm saying is, we're fighting for reparations. We are moving forward. Even if you don't like it, even if you don't agree, just do the unity thing and not bash it on the public media, because you're going to make beef between black and black. It's going to happen. And at a certain point, it won't be able to be controlled, because the enemy will seed it. He will seed it. And next thing you know, when he seeds it, then yeah, it's going to be full out war, internal war, black on black. Because of what? We couldn't respect the code. We couldn't respect to say, well, hell, my people, this is my people out there. And they're doing what they think is right for all of us. Now, whether you accept the check or not, that's up to you. But damn, at least respect the fact that people putting their lives on the line to do what they believe in. For the benefit, not of just a certain group, but a benefit of all. That ancestors were slaves in America. You can't respect nothing. Respect that. And build your wall because of that. And that's when we'll understand what real unity is. I'm not going to bash you because you're doing something that I don't think is going to work. I ain't going to bash you. See, that's why I say, I was very proud, Brother Bakari, when you got your trucking thing going and you did the video and I posted a comment. I was very proud. Very proud. And somebody asked me, why you do that to Brother Bakari? Why you give him props? You know he don't like you. You know that. Why he wouldn't do you that way? I said it ain't about that. And I don't know whether he likes me or not. But what he's doing is good for all of us because it will inspire others to do more. It will inspire others to say, hey, let me patronize this business because it's a Black business. That's why we do what we do, because it helps the whole. And if we can't wake up and understand that, then we're going to be fighting each other and we'll never have a shot to fight the cracker because we're wasting time and valuable life and energy fighting each other.
Can I interject something? Because I'm very confused.
Yeah. It's on MG2.
Yeah,
and then
because-
all right, hold on. It's on MG2 and then Bakari and then Guy, and then I'm gonna say something after that. So y'all can go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Brother Muhammad. I'm sorry. I'm just like really confused, and that's probably just me. Like I said, I'm here to learn, and I may be wrong. I don't care. Whatever it is, it is. But I heard the words, and these to me are just platitudes, and that's just me. Okay, that's all I hear from things, especially Nation of Islam and B1 and Hotep, and all I'm hearing nowadays are just platitudes. In other words, a platitude and a bus ticket will get you, probably won't even get you across the street. Don't want to disrespect, but I got to be real. I'm confused. I need help. When I hear the terms, like we need unity, but I'm not bashing my African brothers and sisters, but they don't deserve what I deserve. Well, then that means if you have any brothers and sisters in your home and somebody eats, that means that maybe your little brother, your older sister at your house doesn't deserve what you got because maybe you went out and did something, probably, took out the trash that day or whatever. I mean, it's like if there are brothers and sisters, i.e. African brothers and sisters, then they are part of my family. So if I'm going to eat something, why should they starve? Maybe it's just me.
I think it's just you on this one. And
no, hold on for a second. Let me ask you some questions.
Let me just ask you one question, and then I'm going to shut up. Did you understand what I had said? That's all.
Yes, I did. And that's why it confused me.
Okay, go ahead. Long as you understood, go ahead.
Yeah, I understood, and it confused me, and I'm here to learn, and confusion is really hard for me to learn.
Tell me what you're confused about. What part are you confused?
I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it in a minute. Let me ask real quick, do you know where those people that were slaves that were enslaved, where did they come from?
Same place I said they came from. They came from Africa.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted some clarity. So these individuals that came, are you familiar of how many did or didn't were enslaved or didn't enslave?
Okay. No, I don't know the exact number.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll give it to you because we have actual math, and it's very simple math. 8th grade math will tell you how many Africans were enslaved. And the reason I have to say that is because if these are Africans that were enslaved, then clearly, even if it was the first African or the last, no matter where the boats dropped them off, they dropped them off in Phoenix, if they could have dropped them off over there in Minnesota, they could have dropped them off in Jamaica, St. Lucia, or even down there in the Comeccal in Paraguay. Still yet, somebody took something from somewhere else that was not theirs. Therefore, the word reparations, i.e. repair, they must repair that damage to those that they stole from that place that they stole. That's why, if you stole something, you have to pay back, or you do time, in the joint because they're saying, hey, you got to pay restitution to the dude that you did wrong. So clearly, those folks in those boats did not come from China. They did not come from Sweden. They came from a place that we all agree on called Africa. So thus, I think Africans as a whole, not individualistic, okay, he's B1, he's this or that. I think as a whole, just I'm using simple logic, are owed as a whole by those who did it, not just, okay, you were stolen from the French, so he's got to pay you. You were stolen from the British, they got to pay you. I think as a whole, we are owed. But I'm going to tell you something, we don't deserve. And that's going to piss you off and piss a lot of black folk off. We are owed reparations, but we don't deserve reparations. Here's why. I ask people many a time, what are you going to, how far are you ready to go to get what you think you deserve? You talk about a war. Many of us do. I do it all the time. Brother Muhammad, I have to question myself when I do this and have to put myself in the check. I ask this question. What are you ready to do? Are you willing to die to go ahead and get said reparations? Not fight this guy because he's getting some peanuts that you got, he's from Jamaica, he gets a little bit more peanuts from the slave master than you who live in Virginia or New York. No, are you ready to die? But then I asked the real critical question. I've been asking this question for almost 17 years. Are you ready to kill? Okay, are you ready to kill to go ahead and get that thing that you don't want the Kenyan guy or the Jamaican guy to get, but you think you deserve? I'll let you know how many Africans died in a very minimal, or I should say how many Africans were stolen at the point of capture. Not only from the Ma'afa, not only from the copper lines, not only from the dungeons, not only from the enslavement ships and the ports and the other dungeons. At the point of capture, some of us had to walk over 1,000 miles to get, and it wasn't just a trek where you could go ahead like a marathon, you get some water. Many of us died. There were animals over there, hyenas, lions, you name it, that did not even have to go and hunt because there were so many African bodies. At the minimal, 156 million were taken. Only 12 million showed up. There was a 93.7% loss of African life. By the time we were captured, by the time we came into these different areas, we lost 92% of the cargo, for lack of a better term. I hate to use that, but how can I pay that off with a check? How much is it? You equate us to Jews and to Japanese and the so-called, they're not, Brother Muhammad, they are not my frame of reference. They've never, and they never will go through what we've been through. Okay, we will never go through what they've been through. I cannot put a check on your ancestors, my ancestors, anyone else, on the 93% of 156 million that are dead. There's no money in the world.
Let's do this. Let's have the conversation. Let's have the conversation.
No, listen to me for a second, Brother Muhammad. Dr. Bobby, right?
We're on time. We're working on time. So if we could do the conversation model, you threw out. Let me just answer the one thing that you threw out, and then you take it back and give me something else. Okay?
Go ahead.
We're running on time. So you talked about the Africans that were stole, right? And you gave us the number of how many actually make it. But what you got to realize and take in consideration is that those Africans that helped the white man, the cracker, capture our people and bring them, right? So that's involvement. That is complicit, right? They both doing a crime on us. Now, when you get us over here, right, there's a certain point when those from Africa, mom and dad, they're going to eventually die off, right? And those children that's from mom and dad that was from Africa, they don't know nothing about no Africa no more. Right? Why? Because mom and dad is dead and old and gone. Now the only thing they know is the reality of slavery. They don't know nothing about freedom. And that's cowardice. They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing about freedom. So again, our claim is only time period A to time period B. That's it. It ain't nothing else.
That's wrong. It's cowardice and it's a cop out. And it's actually blasphemous, and it's a disgrace to the ancestors that died. Let me tell you why. Okay. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said this very well, and I love his statement against Minister Farrakhan, who's my dad's good friend, and I will always side with John Henrik Clarke on what Farrakhan's feelings are. Anyone that tells me that Africans are involved and they were the reason why, that's a cop-out and that's cowardice. Dr. John Henrik Clarke, Brother Muhammad said, Dr. John Henrik Clarke said the enslavement of Africans would have happened whether we were involved or not. They would have still gone and got us.
Now, that's intellectual cowardice right there.
No, what that is if you're using a straw man, you're using a straw man to fight a battle you should fight.
Did they participate? Yes, they did. and to cut that like they didn't and say, "Oh, that's just it was going." No, that's wrong.
Hold on.
Hold
Hold on, y'all.
Let me get this. So that means, so now you got to go through how many black people from this country then don't deserve reparations who was complicit in who they say owned slaves.
Amen.
So now look what you're getting ready to cut out. So we gonna cut out 1 billion people because 1 million may have helped. That doesn't make sense.
What million people are you talking about? Can you explain? Can you explain that a little bit more, Brother Bakari, so I can understand what you're saying?
Let me ask you real quick. Let me ask you guys, how far are you going to go if these crackers don't give you reparations? What are you going to do then?
We're going to take it to its logical conclusion.
Which is? What's the logical conclusion, and not some kind of platitude called code or this or that? No, what are you going to do? What are you physically going to do if they don't give you your so-called reparations?
I'm going to take it to its logical conclusion.
Hey,
that's what we're going to do.
Hey, hold on, y'all.
So in other words, you're not going to fight.
Hey, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let this person talk real quick. I got a phone call real quick. Yeah, go ahead real quick, my brother, because I don't want to be on here all night. You know what I'm saying? So.
All right. They knew who they were coming to take. They were taking the children of Israel. They were taking Jews. They knew who they were taking. They were taking one nation. It wasn't all Africans. You understand what I'm saying? So the charges are against a nation. They took a whole nation of people. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the call, my brother. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hold on. All right. This is what we're gonna do, right? Because I want to get everybody a chance to speak, and then I'm gonna say what I got to say, and then you know what I'm saying because I don't want to be on here for like 4 or 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna let Bakari go and then Guy go because they haven't spoke. And then I'm gonna bring it back around to Brother Muhammad and MG2, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go. So all right, go ahead, Brother Bakari.
Okay, so he said I need to explain that again. What he said was Africans were complicit. So basically, he's saying Africans enslaved us and shipped us here. That's what they say. They use the word, they try to talk around, right? That's what a lot of people say. So what I said was, so now you got to go through all the black people in this country, as you say, because this was y'all lineage started. Y'all lineage started when y'all came here because it's a lineage claim. So black people in here, this is where y'all lineage started. So now you got to go through your lineage here and go through everybody paperwork to see if anybody in your family ever owned slaves. So now if anybody in your family ever owned slaves, because that means they're complicit, those people here shouldn't get none then. Because if one person in your family owns slaves, I don't even care if the other ones was enslaved or not. Long as you had that one that owned the slaves, that means that person was complicit and you shouldn't get nothing. That's basically what we're saying when we turning on our back on our other people. Because King Jaffe Joffer was complicit. That means the rest of them just ain't with us, and even though it was punished by the exact same people, that's why I use British, and that's why I talked about the language. The exact same people did it. Some stayed over there, some were brought here, basically enslaved on their own land, enslaved here. I'm just saying it's strength in numbers. So now I'm gonna go to this. He said all the Jews didn't get reparations. Because I know people would like to say the Jews who was part of the Nazi army didn't get reparations. I literally, and I talked about this with Sister Erica Howard, and I think I've spoken to Guy about it. I literally live up the street with someone whose daughter-in-law is a descendant of a Jew that was in the Nazi army. She just got $3 million. And I know this for a fact. But since they're not our platinum standard, not mine anyway, I'm not going to concern myself with them. Because we say the Japanese got army. They got, okay. The Chinese got reparations. Okay. The Jews got reparations. Okay. The Indians, Native Americans here, they got reparations. You know one thing that those people did that black people don't do? The Japanese remain Japanese. The Chinese people remain Chinese. Black people, they don't like to say they're African. And that is something the great Dr. John Henry Clark said. He said this, it was the early 90s. And he said it was getting to that point then where black people is gonna, no, she's not black, Jovia Anderson, they're white. Said, we're gonna get to a point.
Brother
Black
Bakari,
people-
can you repeat that again? I'm sorry, I misheard what you said. Could you repeat that again about the Jew up the street? What did you say?
She just got through, and her great granddad, whatever, was in the Nazi army. She just got $3 million about a year ago.
And she's a Jew, and
Yes.
and they were in the
And
Nazi army.
she was in the Nazi army, and I know this for a fact. It's my neighbor's daughter-in-law. Yep, sure did. But he said we're gonna get to the point where we won't be African no more, right? Because it's getting to that point now. We're gonna be American, we're gonna be Jamaican, we're gonna be see, I don't have to say I'm an American. I know where I was born. But what I do have to say is I'm African because that's what they tried to take from me. They made you be something else. And what they made you trumps what you are. That's why for me, saying I'm African, you never say I'm American if I can get a benefit from it. For me, that's part of my revolutionary fight. Because they made us be something else. They made us be Jamaican. They made us be Colombian. They made us be Trinidadian. They made us wear their name. They made us do all of this stuff. They even made us forget and hate who we are. Because we don't just, because I'm going to show you something. It ain't just the battle over there with us in the United States and our brothers and sisters from other places, from the continent, from the islands. And if anybody in here was in the military, and if they honest, if you were in the military and you honest, people from the East Coast, they called it Upper East. The people from, let's say, from New York, New Jersey, Philly, all those people ran together. Then Baltimore, DC, Virginia. The Virginia people forecast y'all kind of confused. Y'all didn't know if y'all was down south or East Coast. But the down south, we just used to get y'all to the East Coast, but it was love though.
Yeah, we
But
DMV,
anyway,
bro.
huh?
We DMV, bro.
So then we had people from, I'm from Mississippi. All my homies was from, let me see. Now I have, but my real homies I hung with, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, and of course, Mississippi. Then you had the people from the West Coast. See, we ain't just fighting our people from the other side, from other parts of the world. We are fighting right here to prove the region where we are from is better than the region where you're from. People from down south, they so scared. They scared of they scared of white people down south. So then black folks from down south got to say, so now it's we literally, not just over that, but we literally would go to fisticuffs because we from down south, they're from the east. So it's not just us battling them, it's a battle inside. Now, if we sit here and say, we have to conquer what's inside of us here first to make us stop fighting each other before we say, we gonna build with some, because then I can, because that's what we are gonna have to do. We gonna have to deal with what's inside of us. Yes, I'm like you, Sister. I'm African. I am what my ancestors was. I am my ancestors. They ain't me. But we gonna have to conquer that demon that's in us that make us fight. I'm saying a demon. We don't have demons. Y'all know what I mean. That will make us fight each other because you from the East Coast and I'm from down. We literally used to go at it, but then I can say, but then we would come together when we getting ready to stomp out somebody that ain't black. But we used to fight and have those arguments. So when it comes to this thing, this is it's a big topic. It's huge. It covers a lot of things, right? So I'm finna pass the mic. Give me 2.5 minutes, right? 2.5. I promise. It might won't even take that long. So the reparations, and when we was talking about what should reparations cover, should it be more than money? And I told Jovia Anderson I was going to answer this question in the chat. She said, I think that's a she named Jovial. I don't know. I never seen that name. So if you're not a she, I apologize. But she said, we don't have enough money to take America to court. I said, yes, we do. So now I'm going to explain. So look, if you look up a case, I put it in the chat the last time we did the show. Look up a case. I'm going to find the link after I said and put it in. You can study. It was a guy named Jake Ayers in Mississippi. Did not have as much money, not nearly as much money as the state of Mississippi. But in the state of Mississippi, they sued the state of Mississippi for educational equality. Not so black people can go to school with white folks, but so black people can go to a black college and get a black education. It took a long time for them to get that money. My father had passed by the time they won. But those HBCUs ended up with hundreds of millions of dollars. Alcorn State, Jackson State, and Mississippi Valley State. So that's why I say you don't need that money. So when it comes to reparations, and I have tried to reach out to people about this, and even Brother Muhammad, when we used to talk that I've mentioned that I tried to reach out to people about this. But I think that's a case that need to be studied. So that way we ain't just chanting and marching and going to the beautiful grass in DC. We got people working in the courtrooms on everything, right? And we got people out here building. I just hear too many people that thought they had the imaginary check that was ready to just quit working and just wait. We're falling behind. There's so much stuff that we can do that we're falling behind on that need to be done. And right now, one of the main things is the transportation industry, but that's something else. And I said, give me 2.5 minutes. I think I took 2.75. So I'm going to pass it on.
All right, yeah, thank you. Yo, and thank y'all. And by the way, Bakari, Richmond, Virginia was the capital of the Confederacy. So you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just clowning, I'm just clowning.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. We the capital, bro. But Guy, yeah, you can go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I just feel like when we have these discussions, we have to check our emotions, put our emotions to the side, and really, we just have to really, be, more constructive in what we say. But I want to say this though, and excuse me. Well, I agree with MG too. These white Jews or Christians or whatever they're, I don't care. I don't care about them. I don't care how they distribute their check. What I know is they use the word Jewish Holocaust. Now, again, I want to make this perfectly clear. I wasn't around Jim Crow. I came after. So I'm a survivor. I'm not a victim. Jim Crow is a part of slavery. I want you to understand that. So anybody that's been through been through slavery, then Jim Crow, there were victims. So if your parents lived during that time, they were victims. Anybody that came after the offspring is survivors. They're survivors. So when you talk about the Japanese, yeah, all the Japanese got it. They wasn't selective. So when you talk about the Japanese, the World War II, what, in 1940s, right? Reparations, they got reparations, what, in the 1990s? You think all those people that survived, that were still alive during the 1940s? No, the grandchildren got it. The grandchildren got it. And look at Japan today. Japan was destroyed with Hiroshima. That was the atomic bomb. The city of Hiroshima was destroyed. And look at Japan today because of reparations. So again, when you talk about you want reparations, now like I said, I'm not against it. As a matter of fact, I'm for it. If you feel that your theory works, okay, I'll ride with it. I might disagree, but if you feel that your theory works, okay, cool. But what happened when the white man said, no, we ain't giving you nothing? What are you going to do now? And that's the final answer. What are you going to do? And that's what MG2 was trying to say. What are you going to do? Because now you got to back it up by actions. Okay? So when we talking about reparation, we talking about rebuilding, rebuilding what we came from. I'm not trying to get reparations to give right back to a fucking this country. I'm not trying to rebuild America. I'm not trying to rebuild America. Because all you're going to do is going to give it right back to the white man some way, somehow. You're not going to make your cars. Guess what? Your car is going to get right. You're going to buy cars from the white man. Everything you're going to get is to make the white man rich. You know he's going to get it back. So question is, what are you going to do if you get it? That's another question. So again, when we talk about power, we got to understand what power is, because I think we misunderstand what really power is. Because I think when we're dealing with these Black Americans, Black Americans want to fit with white America. That's what it is. They want to fit with white America. This is the reason why they said, well, we want to just stay here and try to and just control the state and just stay isolated and just build this safe haven for Black people. And I'm like, okay, all right. So, but then if it was a state of emergency, who are you going to run to? Who are you going to run to? You don't have no government. You have no government. A government is a superpower. Who is your superpower? A population is not a superpower. So when we talk about power, we want to be backed up by a superpower that looks like us and be for us. That's what we're talking about. Not just to be some little lame mayor or some governor. We had that. We've been there, done that. We have back-to-back Black mayors. We have back-to-back Black governors. And what did it got us? Not a damn thing. Marching. We did all that stuff. Now, this is the reason why they killed Johnny Cochran, because he said, I'm going to take this shit to the world court. White man said no. He can't allow that to happen. We can't allow that. We gotta get rid of this guy. Because when you make these people feel guilty and you let the world know, and Africa will stand by you. They're gonna be like, yeah, we lost. There's a reason why we're in the condition where we in. So that's the problem. See, that's the thing. We talk about power. I'm talking about real power. I'm not talking about this little pseudoscience crap and where, oh, well, I'm a Black American and I'm going to, and just like I said before, when we talk about reparations, we got to talk about as a group, because I'm not going to just say, oh, this is for me and me and me, when I got people that looks like me that's just as suffering, that's going through the same thing. So I get my plate of food, oh, you got to get your own. That's selfish. But you want people to stand by you and your goal. It's not happening. So I'm not a selfish person, because I know what our people are going through. Look what they did to our brothers and sisters from Haiti. when they was looking for refuge, and look how they was treated. Look how they was treated. And no one gave a damn. So we are in this together. Because I'm willing, if I say I get mine, I'm going to help you get yours. I'm not a selfish dude. Maybe you are, but I'm not. It's just this whole, this isolate, oh, I got mine. You got to get out of that. I used to think like that when I was in high school. But when a brother opened my eyes from Haiti, a brother from Haiti had opened my eyes, I said, damn. I didn't know nothing about Marcus Garvey. I said, damn, Marcus Garvey. Oh shit. So damn. We all went through this. We all went through this. That's a young mind thinking. That's a child's thinking. Oh, I got mine, you gotta get yours. You talk about integrity. You always mention that word integrity. You gotta be integrity. You don't have the, I mean, one time, no, I'm not gonna even mention that. I'm not gonna mention that. But we gotta get out of this selfishness. We gotta get out, because our brothers and sisters in these islands and even in these certain countries in Africa, they're suffering. They know about the colonizers. They coming over there trying to take over stuff. One of the most wealthiest continents over there. We should be over there benefiting that stuff. Why you think you got more Asians billionaires than you got African people? You got more billionaires, Asian billionaires, than African people, because they go over there, they taking all those resources. This is about resources. That's power. That's power. And like I said, the only way we can get real reparations, we're gonna have to start suing all these adventures that our people made, and we don't get a penny. And the descendants are still alive today. We got to continue what Johnny Conqueror was trying to do. So all this marching, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. You're just wasting people's time and money. So with that I said, I'm going to end it on that note. Thank you, Forecast, for having me.
Yeah,
brother.
Yeah, you about to leave? You can stay on, bro.
Well, yeah, I'm stay on for a little bit.
All right, because I'm gonna do this. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say one thing, and then I'm gonna let everybody go around and get everything they got to say out. And once we go around, then we gonna close out. You know what I'm saying? So, but let me say this. You know what I'm saying? Because I do want to add to the conversation. Like, we as a people think on like a smaller scale, because all of us right now are paying taxes to the government, which should be a part of it, because they like to make the conversation just about money. You know what I'm saying? And it shouldn't be. Like, healthcare, you know what I'm saying, our educational program, we really need to be paying taxes to ourselves at the end of the day. And for me, I do think slavery had an effect, because the fact that we're still having this conversation right now, you know what I'm saying, like, we sit here and argue about where we come from, all of this kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying, and we don't even though this conversation, and I respect all of y'all brothers, thank y'all so much for, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, showing respect, and I understand, like, and I got love for all of y'all brothers, you know what I'm saying. So I want to take time to thank y'all for coming on here and making it about the topic and the conversation, and I think it's an important conversation, you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, like, we are still on like YouTube having this conversation, you know what I'm saying. Like, me and Bukhari did a show about YouTube, and I don't even know if I should say it, but you know what I'm saying, that Polish John blocked me off of YouTube for the conversations we be having. And I want them to go out of business. I want all of them to go out of business. And I understand both sides, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a need for an identity, you know what I'm saying? So I get the, you know what I'm saying, the people on one side, you know what I mean? Like, saying, okay, we're fighting for a specific thing. And I get how it can cause a division, because now you have people saying, oh, those people who got whipped in Haiti, from Haiti, trying to come over here, you know what I'm saying? Like, they you have black people from America saying this is not our problem now. And I get why that is a whole problem. And that, again, we run from being black, from African, or, you know what I'm saying? We want to argue about that. So you could say whatever you want to call it, but we all have the same kind of experience. You know what I'm saying? We all going through the same thing. And I understand, like, it's problems on both sides of the equation. You know what I'm saying? Because we look to the middleman to give us the story on both sides. But this is the age of the information. Like, we can get on here and have conversations. Like, all of us is in different places right now. The whole game has changed. And I understand what y'all saying, because they made it a point to give these illegal immigrants reparations. They made it a point to give, you know what I'm saying, the Arabs reparations, you know what I'm saying? And y'all got to understand, we are the only group of people that have built ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And yes, the only way that you can get it is if you take it, you know what I'm saying? But we forget that we are the only group of people that has pulled ourselves up by our own bootstraps. Jewish people, they got their reparations. Native Americans got what they got. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I say Native Americans, we know what I mean. The people living on reservations. White people, they got their stuff. You know what I'm saying? We have literally had no other choice. And they didn't care if you was Christian, Muslim, you know what I'm saying, Hebrew, because then you have another brother coming on here, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, we all have our different beliefs and our own ideologies, and we clash on all of these subjects all the time. You know what I'm saying? But we have to remember that we still have no choice. We have the illusion of inclusion, but we have no choice. And that clouded our judgment when it comes to business. And I don't care if I don't like you or not. You know what I'm saying? I know, for me, even if it want to be selfish, for me, it's better off for me to do business with you so I can get out of this system, because it's more dangerous for me. So I understand, like, you have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But I also agree that I'm not going to let my ancestors blood, sweat, and tears, but they can never pay enough, but they're going to pay up. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to take it. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get back to pulling out. And this is not that far away. You know what I'm saying? Like, 60 years ago is not that long ago. You know what I'm saying? Well, we was out there, we realized they would put Rottweilers to bite, you know what I'm saying, children's, you know what I'm saying, private parts off. You understand? So we had to be on the same code regardless of ideology. But today we feel like we don't have to do that. So, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let all of y'all, since Brother Muhammad is kind of on his own, I'm gonna let him go first. Then MG2, and nobody interrupt anybody. Everybody get everything y'all got to say out. You know what I'm saying? So
as soon as they talk, I'm gonna interrupt.
Yo, so I'm gonna let all y'all go in, and Bakari might interrupt y'all, but you know, just keep going. So, and then y'all, but yeah. So Brother Muhammad, then MG2, then Bakari, then God, and then, you know what I'm saying. So y'all take y'all time and do what y'all got to do.
Okay, thank you, beloved. All right, so first of all, this was an excellent panel, and we're excellent witnesses of what we think. Now, the people who are watching, y'all going to have to judge what you saw and what you understood. I laid out to you an excellent reason why reparations are owed to us Black Americans. Now, in my explanation, you didn't hear me come out and say anything negative about our African brothers and sisters. You didn't hear me denounce our African brothers and sisters. None of that, right? What did you hear? Well, we started out with Brother Bakari giving us the evidence of Elijah Muhammad supposedly being in the UNIA. And our brother gave us what he considered the evidence from the cracker, but the evidence said he was exposed to the UNIA. Well, everyone in America was exposed to the UNIA, just like all of you, all of us. Well, not me, because I was exposed too. We were all exposed to the Nation of Islam, but that don't mean you're a member of the Nation of Islam, right? So what do we have to do? We have to look carefully into things, because if we don't look carefully into it, we can be making some mistakes and making some judgment errors. and then lead people in the wrong way. So since we all been exposed tonight to what reparations that we're trying to get for you here in America, you've been exposed to the pro side, which is mine. You've been exposed to the con side, which is Brother Bakari, Brother MG2, and Brother Guy, right? You've been exposed to their anti-reparations message. The only thing that I have asked earlier in the conversation is, even if you disagree, can we stop saying you disagree in the public so that we can have some unity? But my continued ask of that was not heard, or either was not understood fully, because it still kept going back and back against the reparation. What we got to understand, we can call ourselves African, right? I don't deny that my ancestors are from Africa. I don't call myself an American. I know I'm an African. I know that, even though I don't know where I'm from in Africa. I have no idea, but I know that continent is where I come from. But when you ask an African who just came from the continent, and you ask them, where are you from? They'll say Nigeria, Libya, Zimbabwe, Zaire, South Africa. They name a country. They name a country. Now, if they think you stupid, they may name the continent. Oh, I'm from Africa. Like this one African, he said, I asked him, so where are you from, brother? He said, oh, I'm from Africa. I said, okay, yeah, I know that. That's the continent, but I'm talking about which country in there do you come from? And he smiled and he said, okay, so you ain't a dumb one. No, I ain't a dumb one. I ain't a dumb one. But why do you think that some of our people are dumb? Right? Why is that even a thought? And really, it shouldn't even be just to our people, because I'm quite sure white folks, when they think of Africa, they think, it's just one country. Well, it's a continent of over 55 countries. So we got to understand that just because you're for reparations here in America don't mean you against our brothers and sisters on the continent. So a lot of this red herring stuff about whether you like Africa, you're this, you're that, all that is irrelevant to our claim. None of that has anything to do with what I spoke on, because nothing that I spoke on was anti-African. Nothing that I spoke on would make a level-minded African pissed off and say, I'm mad at Brother Muhammad. No. A mature-minded individual would understand I'm only talking about a specific time period with a specific group. That's it. Because I've demonstrated that, look, they tried it with everybody in one clump, and it failed. So instead of keep doing what don't work, let's try it a different way. Let's try it with this group, this time period. Now, if you look at Aetna, CSX, Fleet Boston Financial, and other corporations that were sued by black lawyers for getting billions for reparations in the courts, our brothers kept saying, take it to court, take it to court. Hell, that process has been tried too. And what was the outcome? That's what I thought. Now, I believe, I'm not 100, but I believe some of these are still in the courts. Some of them did get tossed out, but I think some of them are still working their way through the courts. I'm not here to police your money. I think that's very disrespectful. If you get your reparation, not if, but when you get your reparations and you living in the projects and you decide you're going to go buy a house, and so now because you buying the house, and it may be a house that a cracker owns, or you be getting a brand new house built from scratch. I don't know. But I'm not going to police what you spend with your money. Nobody police what anybody spend with their money. But when it come to us, getting something for us, oh, well, they just gonna give it back to the white man. Why you gotta police my money? What you want me to do? Stay living in the projects? You want me to stay catching the bus? When I got money to buy a house, I got money to buy a car. I got money to buy better clothes for my children. You want me to not just spend it? You want me to hold on to it? I'm gonna just hold on to it, then it is no value. So I can't police your spending. That don't make sense to me. Nobody say that to the Indians. They don't say that to the Japanese. Nobody say that to the Jews. But when it comes to us, then people want to police what we spend because we want to do better. Now, me personally, I live very comfortable. Those who follow me, y'all see the house. Or go on my walks every morning before I got sick. Y'all saw the house, so I didn't know, if and or buts. I live comfortable. Not at your expense, at my expense. But I fight for you. I fight for you to put money in your pocket. You heard my whole argument. You heard me break it down. And yeah, we did have black mayors and governors, but you ain't never had a black first mayor. You ain't never had a black first governor. You ain't never had that, but you're about to. You're about to. And it's going to be more than just one. Because like I told you before, this is happening in your lifetime. So all y'all with this, reparations is a pipe dream. Being a black mayor and taking over a city or county or state, that's a pipe dream. But you know what? Even if you think it's a pipe dream, it's still working to better our people. It's one thing if it's like, Umar, at one point with his school, y'all didn't see nothing. But hell, he got a building now. So he made some progress. May not be all the progress that everybody wanted to make, but he made some progress. We're making progress. Why eat on our flesh when you could be quiet and observe the code and do that way and then call me or email me, Brother Muhammad, I think you should be doing A, B, C, or D. But out in the front, we're a unified force. The enemy don't know which ones he can turn against who. You want to talk about power? Power? Power is the ability to make people that don't want to do. Power. We're building a government. Power. We're motivating and influencing the people. Power. But if we got to fight you who's supposed to be, quote unquote, pro-black or whatever you want to call it, in the face of the enemy, when we need unity, and time after again, I keep saying, hey, we need unity. We need unity. Do it behind the scene. And you don't understand it. And you keep coming out anyway. What are you going to produce? It's not going to be unity. It ain't going to be peace. And we ain't going to have no forward progress because we're going to be wasting time fighting each other. Now, a few years ago, I wouldn't have had a problem fighting each other. I done matured up now. So some of y'all, when they attack me, I don't do a video attacking them. For what? For what? But you don't understand how much time I got to tell other people, no, don't do it. Don't do it. No. Distraction from doing what I need you to do because somebody else done pissed you off. So if we can get anything, and I'm sorry for being long, but if we can get anything, can we please understand unity and stop eating on each other and attack the real enemy? That's where your time is better spent. And no, I don't live off my wife. And I never cheated on my wife. But the ignorance of you all that perpetrate these lies, why do you want to do that? Do you think you feel good from it? Is that what it is? Does that make you feel like a man or a woman? Because you perpetrating BS? Really? When the real enemy do something, you ain't got nothing to say. But a man that's out here every day for the betterment of his people. And I ain't asking you to send me a dime. I don't ask you to send me a dime. But I work for the people because I love the people. I rest my mic.
All right, thank you, bro. MG2, go ahead and take your time, brother. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, I gotta say, Brother Forecast, first off, you're a hard act to follow. I mean, I'm just like, whoa, man. I don't know how. Like I said, I'm here to learn. I'm always learning, and this goes out to Tommy. I guess I got a fan out there. If you ever read the book, I think it's Tommy Coolout. Read the book by Richard Bach called Illusion. I read that back in 74, 75. And a teacher always teaches what he needs to learn most, and a learner always learns what he needs to teach most. So we're all learners, doers, and teachers, irrespective of where we're at. I'm always learning, and I'm always teaching. That's a good thing. Brother Muhammad, I hope you didn't leave us, but I just wanted to ask, I know you mentioned that you were in the work environment, and I was just wondering, I don't want to get too detailed because I don't want you to give out too much. Are you into like agriculture, transportation, security? Are you into any industry like that?
Yep, we got farm acres down there in Mississippi that we're out there farming. And
I'm in your personal industry that you own and control or something of that nature. I know that the nation has a lot of things and stuff like that. Is that your own, like you own the farm or you control it?
Yes, we own. We own.
No, I said you personally. Not because you said we. And I was just wondering something of a personal industry.
We, meaning me and my wife, we own.
Oh, okay, cool. I was thinking, yeah, I always like to ask the person individual, but I can understand that. Yeah, my bad. Like I said, I'm learning. I'm just learning. And the reason I say that, because I know there's a lot of us that have industries that we own and control and things that we want to do. And I'm glad that Brother Muhammad brought this up very well. And I mean, you guys put a smile on my face. Like I have never had so much fun in terms of just going ahead and having discussions. I haven't had this fun in years. You guys had taught me so much. Let me tell you something. When I hear somebody say we should not publicly bash or disagree publicly, but I have to say it was the public where I first heard that Africans should not have the so-called reparations that African Americans think they're getting. So that was in the public. So it wasn't like somebody called me or emailed me or said, hey man, I'm gonna send you smoke signals or telepathically tell you this through your mind. This was so-called ADOS and everyone else out in the public saying, those guys, those Africans, listen to the lexicon when you listen to our folks talk. I don't call them them, they, those. I always say us, because they're my family. Okay, anytime somebody puts a pronoun on it as they, them, theirs, that means they are not a part of us. That means it's no wonder that the mentality is like, well, they have to do that, but how could they? Of course. Now, when I'm talking about Asian or Jews or whoever else, I'm going to use the term they because I'm not any part of that classification. When individuals tell me things like, policing my money, don't police. And I'm glad you brought up some really good points, Brother Muhammad. Like I said, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. You brought up some points in terms of, if I want to live good and live comfortable, and, if I want to go out and I don't want to live in the hood, but I want to go out and buy a house, why are you policing my money? And then you brought up instances of like, okay, it was successful for Jews, for Asians, and everyone else in this quote-unquote reparations. One thing that I know that they do that we don't is they police their money amongst each other. Because they don't go out and say, well, I don't want to live in a Japanese neighborhood. I want to live good. I want to live comfortable. If I want to buy a car or buy that, what they do is they say, I want to build the factories that make our own. I want to own and control the shops that we have so we can have our own. I want to make sure that the houses that we have, that if it's a Japanese person, he's going to go ahead and make sure Japanese people build his house or someone's involved. If it's Jewish, they're going to make sure that someone Jewish is making their clothes and their food, or someone, they police their own because they know that they're going to police their money. They police each other's money. They police each other's language. They police each other's security. They police each other's education. They police each other's media. And they police their own as a community. They're always policing themselves. Whereas we have this selfish, individualistic mindset of saying, me, my, I. I've heard you say no less than 10 times, me, my, I, which is cool. I ain't mad. I'm like, hey, hey, brother, I'm just as black as you, and I do it many a time. I've said probably I 18 times just right now. And that's something that Brother Forecast said we wouldn't be having this conversation had we not been enslaved in the first place. We'd probably be having all kinds of conversations about the new Wakanda we built. But the thing is 500 years of this destruction of these devils had done to us made us collective individualists, not individual collectivists. Collective individualists are us. We use the term those Africans. They can't come in. They can't police my money. I want to live good. If I want to buy some clothes, but I did not hear anything about if I want to build a manufacturing plant so we can build our own clothes, I'd rather do that. I'd rather live in the hood so I can make the hood better and make it new Wakanda. I would rather go ahead and remember it was us who developed the shoe lasting machine. Why should I go out and buy good shoes to feel comfortable when it was us who developed the machine in the first place? Why don't we bring that back? Brother Guy talked about all the inventions. I brought it up earlier on a live stream that the Ring doorbell ring, it's basically this Peckerwood by the name of Simonson or whatever. He made over $1 billion on that ring, but it was a black woman, Marion Brown, who actually invented the CCTV system for surveillance, and she made nothing. But see, when we have this mentality of individualism, it's no wonder that a Peckerwood could come in and take our inventions, as Brother Guy said so well, whether it's the elevator, the truck refrigeration system, the potato chip, the real McCoy, whether it doesn't matter what it is, the monkey wrench, someone else is going to profit. Even the filament in a light bulb, someone else is going to profit. Like I said, Brother Guy, you're like my master teacher right now. There's so many things that we could do. Unfortunately, individualistic mindset makes us say those Africans, or why are you policing my money? If I want to live good, I can this. It's no wonder these other folks are successful. They're not successful just because they got a check. It's what they did with their check that made them successful. What the Jews did with their reparations made them successful. Even if it was one Jew that only got one check, they will still be in the same position as owning and controlling their destiny, even if it's because of what they did with it. Even if it was one Japanese person that went ahead and got one check for reparations, they'd still be the ones owning Sony, PlayStation, Activision, and everything else, because it's what they do with it. What we do is we say things like, they shouldn't have it because of that. I should have it because the time frame that we had and the period we came from, they're not us. What is the time frame? Many folks don't even know the time frame of enslavement. They say 1619. No, it was way before that. Cristobal Colon was taking Africans in the 1400s. Okay, so and that's the European year. So when I say what time frame, I mean, who's going to signify time or cost and what has happened to us before 1619? You can't put a cost, as Brother Forecast said, you can't put a cost on that. No, there's no way. The thing is I look at things holistically in terms of we are all African. Okay, we are all black. We are all, brother brought it up, Israelite, or whatever you want to call it. All I know is, as a Pan-Africanist, if you want to call it that, we come from a source nobody else comes from, and we all have the same experience, although that experience might differ, but we had to fight enemies who are not of us. And the thing that really gets me is the only reason I really get set off, and I love this, man, like I said, you guys give me goosebumps, and I don't even like to use that term. I'm sitting here just like smile. I couldn't stop smiling listening to Brother Bakari. I'm sitting there just like, whoa, this is what made me feel so good. And like Brother Muhammad, I hear you a lot, and you have so much fire in you. And the reason I ask you about your industry is I love when brothers have fire. And I like to bring that fire out. I want to bring it out because that fire is going to make us go ahead and say, okay, I get it. I get it. Like I said, I'm always learning and I'm always teaching. And when that fire comes out of me, I'm like, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. There's things you guys said that I have to apply in my daily life. Case in point, whenever when you tell me your industries, now I know RVV and I know who's in the chat, and I know now I know that you, Brother Muhammad, are into agriculture. I know Brother Bakari is into transportation. I know that Erica Howard, and I can't wait to taste some of what she does. I know she bakes. Here you have 4 industries that are symbiotic, that actually have symbiotic relationships with each other. You have agriculture growing things, making things happen. You got somebody who could transport goods left and right, and you got somebody who cooks. Now here you have these symbiotic relationships that are like hand and fist, but yet We're thinking in terms of what getting some kind of peanuts from a peanut dealer who probably more than likely can't even, their so-called economy, they can't even support themselves. I trade markets every day, and I can tell you how bad it's going to get for these Europeans. If I know that he can't eat, I'm almost sure that he ain't going to have any, he's not going to give me some of the nickels he can't afford to let me eat off of him. Not to say we don't deserve reparations. I'm saying, I mean, not that we're not owed, excuse me. It's not, I'm not saying we're not owed reparations. I'm saying we don't deserve reparations. You deserve what you're ready to kill for. You deserve what you're ready to die for. What you don't even care. You're just going to go ahead. You're not waiting on anyone else's frame of reference to say, can I have? Or they owe me and we should have. No, we don't need committees. We don't need December 12th movements. We don't need ADOSs. We don't need B1s. B1, that just drives me nuts when I hear that term. We don't need these platitudes and these very facade type of organizations. It does nothing. What does something is you say, look, you stole from me. Now I'm going to hit you over the head and take it back. That I can guarantee, because if somebody took your shoes, I don't care if it was you, Brother Bakari, you, Brother Forecaster, you, Brother Muhammad, someone come in and take something from your home and they steal it, you're going to go ahead and face them, and it's not going to be with asking for a check. You're going to face them with one of Brother Bakari's, for lack of a better term, his mode of defense, for lack of a better term, and rightfully so. When I heard the industries you guys have, my thinking, and I might be wrong. Like I said, I'm here to learn. I'm only here to learn, but I love to teach, because when I teach, I learn, and I learn, I teach. I have to ask myself, if I have these infrastructure, these support businesses that actually are symbiotic to each other, very symbiotic, transportation. We have, if we have someone who can grow the stuff, wheat, grain, or whatever, and somebody who can bake it, I'd be a fool to go in and say, well, since this guy who has a farm has only had a farm from October to November, well, he's only owed this. And the sister who can bake that, since she can't bake this that I want, or this that I can, then I can only let her bake. She only gets this amount. And since Brother Bakari, maybe, his truck is painted yellow, I don't know, because he doesn't fit so he only gets this. That's the limited thinking that these so-called B1s and what else do we call them? ADOS and Nation of Islam and Moors and Israelites and Kemet. That individualism is what killed us. Not everyone else. It's us and our individualistic tribal mentality that has enslaved us more than anyone else. Here's what I mean. This is so important because these support industries should have millions. I see Brother Bakari with a fleet of trucks, and I see Erica with a franchise of everything she bakes, because we have the ability to do it. We don't have the mindset. I see not only a farm for you, Brother Muhammad, I see hectares of land of an institutional farm, of institutionalized agriculture, not just a farm. You might not even be out there working it, but you own it. You control it. You control the agriculture that every black person from Atlanta all the way to Minnesota, everything that's grown is coming from your institutionalized agricultural endeavors. Every truck that Brother Bakari sends, he's sending his fleet of trucks all over, to the point where he's even sending it out to Jamaica. And therefore, the Jamaicans can go ahead and say, we don't need to buy Chinese food. We got Brother Bakari here. This is what the problem that I have with a lot of these so-called tribalistic mentality is, when United Snakes went ahead and went against Africa to put Africans on a no-fly list, it wasn't just United Snakes. When they said, oh, Omicron came from whatever, they went and put all these African nations on, but it was United Snakes, Israel, Canada, New Zealand, Germany, France, Australia, Israel. I think they said that, you know what? They work it as a team. They didn't say, well, no, you're from Israel and you already got your reparations, and you're from France and you didn't come through what we did. You fought Germany. No, they work as a unit. Every time when they want to exploit Africans, whether we live in Chicago, whether we live in Cote d'Ivoire, they work as a unit. When they go in to go ahead and rob from us, they didn't go in and say, we're just going to take a little bit of uranium from Mali and we're just going to take that. No, they went ahead and did that, and at the same time, they put a knee on George Floyd's neck. They work as a unit. We work as individuals like, oh, you only should get reparations because you weren't here at 1619, and you only get that. What that does to all of you, I'm going to let you know, is that will destroy us, because I have to look at this as an economic and a sense of commerce. Africa has all the resources the world wants, needs, can't do without, and ready to kill for. The Caribbean is one of the most geopolitically and strategic places on the planet. That's why they keep Haiti poor and Jamaica confused. That's why they keep St. Lucia and everything else confused. Because they know if any one of us were like a true Garveyite, like, and I don't care if Elijah Muhammad went there or not, whatever they're doing right now did not work. Okay, Garvey was making it work, but whatever's happening from what Elijah Muhammad did to Nation or to Million Man Walk or whatever they call that, clearly we're not living something that should be happening. If we were in true Marcus Garvey sense, it would have worked if we thought like Marcus Garvey. Here's what I mean. Africa's got resource. They can nationalize the resource. They could put tariffs on things that they want. They could go ahead and make sure that they could put high prices on it and subsidize themselves. They could go ahead and isolate. There's so many things that Africa could do, but doesn't do it. Because again, even on the continent, they think like those in the diaspora. Individuals. Oh, it's just about me, my eye. You can't police my money. You can't. Of course, only a child will do that, playing with his toy, not knowing he can own the toy manufacturing plant, like Jews, Arabs, Asians, and everyone else do. So what happens is we have the world's resource that they want, need, can't do without, and ready to kill for, but yet we're saying, no, you guys didn't come through what we did. We have a strategic port that the United States, you can't get to the United States from Africa unless you go by Haiti, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or whatever else. You can't just go ahead and say, okay, we're going to bring this ship and we're going to just skip over this island. You're going to have to pass something that had an enslaved African in order to get there. Thus, you have to fuel the ship. You have to make sure things are done. You have to police. There's so many things that have to be done just to get a product from over the ocean. And you definitely are going to see some black folks on the way. Now, the next thing that you have is you have an issue, again, not thinking in terms of commerce. We're thinking of those folks and these folks. If we were to think like true Garveyites, we have the world's resource. We now have the ports of where we can go ahead and get things distributed. Now we've got Brother Bakari's fleet of trucks. We've got Erica Howard being able to manufacture goods or whatever the case is. And we've also got agriculture that could go from Brother Muhammad all the way to Kenya. We're thinking in terms of how do we use this? Now, if we start cutting each other off, it's no wonder every other race, including China and everybody else, could go in and do anything, any way, any time, any shape, any form that they've done for the last century. Brothers, I can't thank y'all enough, because what you do is you give me foundation. And I mean, this, Brother Forecast, I got to take my hat off to you. You gave me foundation of things, how to use this, how to use this conversation, how to use certain things. And the way I think of it is I don't say black first, I say black only. Okay, anybody else can be black first, that's cool. But I'm in a race that we're the only ones on the track. I don't want anyone else on the track. I want us to own the track, black only. Hopefully, this gives you some ideas in terms of commerce. If you cut off your left foot and you're in a race, you cannot run with just one foot when everybody else is using scooters, cars, and everything else in that race. My thing is, we are African first and only. And until we get that, and if we don't think of that, when these other races go ahead and do what they want to do to us, I don't care what kind of house you have. I don't care what kind of shoes you bought. I don't care how comfortable you want to be. All of us are going to have to find a good place to hide. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic on that one. Hotep, y'all.
All right. Thank you, MD2. And Tommy Cool Out, after everybody done, you can come on here and tell me about it if you want to. Yeah, so go ahead, Brother Bakari.
Look, man, this was a good one right here. Brother Muhammad, I heard you say that they tell you, why would you congratulate me on getting my first dump truck? Because you know I don't like you. Anybody can tell you, I never say I don't dislike you, my man. Actually, I don't even operate off like a love. I operate off respect. But for the record, I do not so whoever told you that, tell them they were wrong, all right? You can tell them that, all right? Ain't got a problem, all right?
All right.
I just wanted you to hear that. But now I got to get back to this Elijah Muhammad thing, because that's what you started with on your closing, so I got to go back. As the leader of the Black religious organization, the Nation of Islam, from 1934 to 1975, Elijah Muhammad was one of the most significant Black nationalist leaders in the 20th century, having been exposed to Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association in the 1920s. Mr. Muhammad served as a bridge that mediated much of Garvey's political an economic ideology for Black autonomy and self-sufficiency. If he wouldn't have part, he wouldn't have been mediating or doing, he wouldn't have been serving as a bridge, doing anything. I have no idea why that's a problem to the NOI. But then they went their way because Elijah Muhammad wanted to be here. Marcus Garvey knew Africa was the mother, but he knew our people was everywhere. I don't know why that's a problem. And if it's not a problem, cool. If it is, okay. But I'm just saying. So I read where he was the bridge and he mediated political and economic stuff for the UNIA. But look, now to this reparations thing, right? He said he pro reparations. I'm con. I never said I was against reparations, so I'm gonna say it again and clarify. Screaming this reparations movement has made a lot of people, Black people, lazy. They act like they already had a check. If you're gonna have a reparations committee, have a real reparations committee. But I think we need to be focused more on building, because if reparations don't come and we take all our focus to that, since we're in a war, we're absolutely losing the war. So then we would have lost the war, because the things that we have the opportunity to do right now, we are taking it away and want to focus on maybe a check. And I know everything is a chance. Going in business is a chance. But there's things that we can do. But there's things that we can do right now and start building ourselves up. So I'll go back to, once again, going to DC, 1 million people, $300. There go $300 million in that day. There's no need to constantly give our money to other people, then turn around and say we don't have money. Obviously, we must have money if we can give it to other people, instead of saying, you know what? We ain't gonna go to no DC. We ain't gonna do no march. We're gonna put our money in we have this accountant, we have this financial advisor, and we have that. We have these plans. We got sites on this building here to help our people. We have sites on this. And we can do that with that money. But instead, we would rather take a trip to go on the White House lawn or wherever they march at and give money to everybody else, and then turn around and say, you know, we ain't got no money to do what we need to do. Well, goddamn, we just gave it away. We just gave it away. We can fight for reparations, if that's what we want to do, without giving the money that we have, since we don't have none, without giving the little bit that we have to somebody else. Because that's what's going to end up happening. Even at the last Million Man March, 2 white dudes out there selling red, black, and green flags. Because once you go and you get that permission to go out there and march, you can't say they're not allowed to sell at your venue. It's time to make a change. You just said we have to do something different. You said it a couple of times. So if we have to do something different, why are we going to continue to march? Why will we continue to do the same thing if we need to do something different and it have not worked? Ain't nothing changed. The same thing, that money we can use, we need protection. This government ain't gonna protect us. These police ain't gonna protect us. They are here to protect and serve. They protect everybody else and they serve us hell. But we gonna give everybody else our money instead of putting our money together and get some real trainers together and go out here and create a militia. We had one. I really think Grandmaster Jay had good intentions, but he wanted too much attention. But after meeting him and dealing with him a couple of times, and had a brother who I was cool with actually joined and started going there. He even came on my channel. I think they had good intentions. So when we say don't beat us up publicly, everybody beat them up publicly. Everybody did. Instead of trying to contact them, instead of trying to go to a march, instead of doing any of that, it's okay to beat him up publicly. But publicly, we shouldn't say, well, the way you're going about getting reparations, I don't agree with it. And like MG2 said, these people that created these organizations, they talk negative about Black people from other countries openly all the time. I can show you channels where they were talking about the Haitians while they was being beat with whips down there on the Mexican border, but they let Mexicans in. Nobody told them, don't talk about them Haitians publicly. Keep that to yourself. Or why are you talking about the Haitians? What did they do to you? They ain't taking nothing from you. It's only in this country, it's like 5.5 million what they would consider Black immigrants in this country. That's it. They are not our problem. But once again, we continue to fight the bottom because we want to be the best at the bottom. As long as we control the bottom, we're okay with everything else. We're going to flex our power on our own people. And I'm not saying every African from the continent or any other, or every Black immigrant that come here is on our team. And if they're not on our team, we check that and get them away from us. We do them just like we do our people here that's race traders. The same, it's the same thing. The same thing. So I believe in strength in numbers. And the whole world has profited off the back of African people. The whole world has profited off the back of African blood people. The whole world. And we want to make ours so small and say, well, it's just here. No, it's not just here. This internet we own, created by a Nigerian dude. They were just telling you about everything that the Black folks created. The whole world profit off us, except us. But we gonna make our fight extremely small and say, well, as long as we just fight right here, no, the whole world owe us. The whole world. The whole world. The United States got so damn powerful off the back of enslaved Africans. Not enslaved Americans, because they didn't enslave Americans. There were African people that they were enslaved. But we are here and we're talking and we are getting differences out of the way. That's how I see these conversations. Once you get differences out of the way, you work on similarities, then we can come together as a unit. Even for the ones, if we don't like one another, we come together as a unit and we're going to have to stick together because that's the only way we're going to win. And I want everybody, if you're feeling it, put a Team Black, hashtag Team Black in the chat. Matilda, if you still there, I put the email in the chat because they say they don't think, well, she said they don't think we about unity. Or maybe she was saying she don't think this conversation is about us coming together. But we most definitely about unity. Jovia Anderson, I put the group email in the chat. Put it up on the screen, forecast. Hit us up and y'all see what we talking about. We got the email, we got the birthday. We got the we got this birthday, but we help one another out for birthdays, give a couple dollars.
Hey, Bukar. Hey, I was gonna let everybody put their channel. You know what I'm saying?
I don't put everybody channel in there, man.
Oh, okay, all right.
I been did that. I put everybody channel in there. My reason I ain't know your channel because the one you had, you said had been shut down. You ain't tell me your other one. So you got to tell it to me so I can put it in the chat for you. Or put it in the back chat and I'll put it in the chat. But Jovia, put it in the back chat and I'll put it in there for you. Jovia Anderson, Grandmaster Jay was more about himself once he started getting attention. But I believe he had good intentions. And I'm going to tell you the biggest reason I say he had good intentions. Because when they killed Ahmaud Arbery down in Brunswick, Georgia. Grandmaster Jay and the NFAC, they went and stood in front of those ex-cops' house, whoever, whatever the hell they were. And they gave the cops there, y'all got this much time to come get them. They stood in front of the house with weapons and said, this, how many days we giving y'all to come get them? They wouldn't even allow food to be delivered to their house. When the cops went and saw all those brothers and sisters standing in front of their house, suited and booted, vest up, locked and loaded, they bagged down. If you don't believe me, you can go see that. So that's why I believe. But he was also, I also think he was a DJ, hip hop DJ. And once he got some attention, it kind of switched him up a little bit. But I think they had, I really do believe they had, even though the way they handled business may have not been right, I ain't gonna go back on that. The way they did things and the way you had to join, some stuff you had to go through, I won't change my wording on that. Brother Guy, you already know how I felt because I told you, right? In MG2, what you had to go through to try to join. But other than that, I really think he had good intentions. And you know what? This was a good discussion tonight. Man, I thank everybody for joining. If y'all have not heard of me, if y'all hadn't heard of me, you heard of me now. My name is Brother Bakari. Go to my channel. Even if you don't subscribe, go check out some videos. You might hear something you like that might make you subscribe. But Tommy Cool Out, who I think is Angel Snuff 7, thanks for joining. Thanks for being a troll. And thanks for trying to disrupt what we're doing. But we gonna keep moving on. We're gonna keep moving on. You either Snuff 7 or Alquan. I believe you're Snuff 7.
All right. Yo,
peace, one love.
All right, yo, thank you, bro. And yo, and that person can come on after God give his finishing stuff. And yo, thank y'all for coming on because it's like New Year's right now. I don't know if y'all celebrate it or not, and this show won't even supposed to be this long. So thank y'all for staying on and everything y'all had to say. But yo, bro, my brother Guy, go ahead and take your time. Go in, my brother. Do what you got to do. Brother Guy, you there? I don't know if he's there. So let me go ahead and put his
Hey Maurice, tell me you gonna put my hey Maurice, I can't. Hey, you know when you're on StreamYard, they don't let you I can't post in the chat on the computer. I had to go through my phone and do that. And since I'm on the computer.
yeah, I just put it in there. And yo, you'll put everybody's channel in there one more time.
Yeah, I put them on. All right, I'll do it again. Hey,
right.
hey, put the email list across the screen. Hey, Maurice,
right.
tell me the name of your channel.
And Brother Muhammad, yeah, say your final thing, you know, and your channel and stuff.
Okay, let me go to it again.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And thank you, bro. Like, yo, I appreciate you, my brother, for real, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so my channel again is Maurice_Muhammad. And I thank you, dear brother, for having me on, having us on. It was a very intelligent conversation. I think both ideas came across very well. The people have enough information to decide which way they want to go when the question of reparations, you know, come to them individually, then they can make the best decision for themselves. I definitely think that when we're talking about what are people going to do with their money, like I said, you know, we're not going to police their money, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to be, you know, black people that don't go out to start businesses. We got to stop thinking so negative when it comes to us. Just because it's not said, that don't mean that it's not being, that it won't be done. We are the most powerful people on the planet. And once a lot of that oppressive weight is lifted from us, then our creative mind will be able to function a whole lot clearer, a whole lot better. And so I think that we just have to, get ourselves ready, because there's a new time and a new group of leaders, and, things are definitely going to be done a totally different way. So it's either we act or we will be acted upon. And again, brother, I thank you for having us. Looking forward to the next time that we're on. And hopefully the next time we can get on the topic and stay, because the people have to understand, you want power. Power is something taken. Power is never something given. You have to take power. You have to take power. And that's why we do the things that we do, so that we can take power. That's what we're doing in Mississippi. We're taking power, and we're going to go to Georgia. We're going to go to Louisiana. We're going to go to Alabama. We're going to come up north to Pennsylvania. We're going to Virginia. You're going to see the Black First political party in these coming up years on your local ballots, because this is about not just a change for one state, but this change is going to be seen as a universal change. As a universal change. And there is no sideline. Everybody got to get involved, because this is your freedom. This is your time. It is either do it or watch other people get it done. And I thank you again, dear brother, for having me. And yes, please come check out my channel. We're in the rebuilding mode because our other channel got taken down. And we are, I will say this, we are one of the most channels that is just always looked at. We put a video up, and next thing you know, we getting a strike for this. We getting a strike. We get strikes for things we ain't even done. So, but it's necessary, because it shows that we're winning. And if we wasn't winning, then there would be a problem. But we are winning. So, y'all just try to hang with us. And I don't mean hang as in hang, but, be with us, and you'll see. Because as I've always said, this will happen in your lifetime, and it's happening now. And I rest my mic.
All right, MD2, you got any words to say?
Yeah, I'm loving this, man. I am just I'm so stoked. I'm all hyped out, man. And I hear the fireworks are just starting. Yeah, hopefully, and I may be wrong, but hopefully that we start looking at things in terms of how do we turn this into industry, not just businesses, not just a vibe, not just how do we turn this into an industry that we own and control? And I mentioned earlier what Brother Bakari is doing, and that's why I like the Team Blacklist. I like what Erica Howard's doing. I'm always thinking, what resources do I have? Now that I know that Brother Muhammad is into agriculture, I know some folks that are in agriculture. My thing is, how can I elevate getting their products or their goods into the capital market or into the major markets, whether it's stores or whatever it is, because that capital could actually be reinforced into other things. Now, with Brother Bakari brought up militia earlier, and I'm glad he brought up INFAC, and I've never lost that. I know that Professor Griff, I like to listen to him just because it's entertaining, but one thing I don't hear anybody talk about is gun manufacturing or weapons manufacturing, no matter what it is. I'd like to see if there's a way to turn whatever industry, I know he brought up INFAC, but I would like it to go to Brother Bakari because he's more thorough, clearly. I would like to see where we could go ahead and manufacture our own, hopefully, maybe not now, but in the future. That kind of money, whatever monies we can get in terms of agriculture, in terms of turning what Erica's doing into a national or an international business, what kind of monies could be put forth into militia? That's the term of protection. I'm always thinking, what can I do? And that's why I love these kind of conversations, because I'm always thinking, oh, now that I know that this guy's doing that and that guy's doing that, how can we get the money that they need? And then you can get it. There's ways of doing it, but keep circulating that and then take it on the international front. So, it's just a lot of ideas. You guys gave me so many ideas. And like I said, Brother Forecast, you are our Lester Middleton. I don't know if you've ever watched him, but please watch Lester Middleton. You are definitely
him. I looked him up after that, After you told me about him, I looked him up.
You are him. Please keep doing what you're doing. Because when he left the scene, there's been such a vacuum. And I think that vacuum's been filled. Please continue to do what you're doing. Brothers, Hotep, always good talking with y'all.
All right, thank you, MG2. I appreciate you coming on. Brother Bakari, you got any last words or?
Yeah, once again, thank you for letting me come on. You, like I said, if y'all hadn't heard of my channel, you heard of me now. Go smash the subscribe button. Jovia Anderson, did you see the email? Oh, it's on the screen now. That's the email list on the screen right now, Jovia Anderson. Maurice, man, it's been a long time, but it was cool. It was good. It was a good show. You know what? You did your best to try to hang with me. I'll give you that. But you know what? It was good though. You hadn't been in a while. It was good. You know, and like I said, tell your people they was wrong. I don't dislike you. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So everything is everything. Come on, man. Before we close out, man, let me get at least a couple people put a Team Black in there.
Oh, Team Black.
Hashtag Team Black in the chat. Team Black. We Team Black. See, let me say this before I go. Team Black, we encompass everything. We encompass Black first. We encompass the few ADOs that got a little sense, the few FBA, Pan-Africanists, you know, Christian, Muslim, long as you come here and you rocking with us and you about us. That's what Team Black is about. That's what Team Black is about. You feel me? So peace and one love. Thank y'all for listening.
All right, thank you. And I don't know if Guy is back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Wake up.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, yeah, you can
You went to
go
sleep
ahead.
for a second, didn't you?
Nah. I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And wish everybody a prosperous New Year. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to throw that out there. So I think the thing now is just that like I said, as far as people's personal life, I don't really get into that. You know, when people say, "Oh, you know, I don't cheat on my wife and I don't live off my wife," that's a personal issue, man. I don't get into all that, man. You know, it has nothing to do with the topic. You know what I'm saying? So I just want people to understand the difference between power and equality, and we have to really understand what it is, because those are two different things. A lot of people want to, you know, mix equality with power, and that's not the case. Power is when you know you have a country, right, and that's in your best interest. You know, when you say you're a Black American, you know, when you know this, but at the same time, you complain about racism, you fighting for reparation and all this other stuff. That doesn't make any sense, because you claim that you're American don't hurt Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the case. American, you know what I'm saying? When you say American, but you're still fighting for basic things, which just doesn't make any sense to me. It was already mentioned during Lincoln's time. He was like, as long as you stay in this country, you know, you're always going to be in the inferior race. And it's been proven, you know, decade after decade, century after century, you know what I'm saying? So it's been proven. You know, we are marching of the same things that we should be getting. So we you know, like I said, we gotta be focused on the difference of, you know, we gotta be focused on what's needed. Like I said again, I'm always for, when people say they fight for reparations or whatever the case is, I'm all for it. But then when the question I ask is more like, when you get the answers no, then what it's going to do about it? You know what I mean? Because the next step is, it got to be violence. You know, you got to be violent. You know what I'm saying? So you did the talking, you did the negotiation, and you did say that we got to speak the white man's language, and his language is violence, then we have to resort to violence. You You say, we got to take this, we got to take that. Well, you got to take through violence. We got to take it through violence. So if you're not willing to, pick up that gun, then you just all that talk is just for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta mean what you say and say what you mean. You gotta make your word bond. A lot of people they talk good on YouTube and all that stuff, and they yell and scream and this and that, and then at the same time it's like you see a contradictory in their movement. See, I'm among the people. I live in a black neighborhood. I don't live among white people. You know what I'm saying? So I only and I'm glad I live among my people. You have African people here. You got people from the Caribbean, and you got people that's here. That's already here. So you have a mixture of black people as far as culturally, right? So, but we all the same. So I don't be like, oh, he's African, I'm not going to talk to him. It's like I don't get into that stuff. I don't. The only person that I've heard that stuff is from so-called Black Americans. They're the only race of people that is like, oh, you're different from me. But when it comes down to white people, they don't. They more like, oh, we're the same. We're equal. So, I want to be close to Massa. So it's, I see a lot of that. I see a lot of this, and then, like I said, you see black people marrying other races of people. You see black men marrying white women and black women, you know what I'm saying, outside their race. Look at Dr. Dre. He just gave 100 million to his ex-wife. Now she don't deserve that money, but that's what he wanted. That's what he had to pay. You're gonna pay for that white skin, no matter what. But you know what you could do with $100 million? Just think about that. And that's another thing. We give our money away. We make our money and we give it to the same people. And he's been with this woman for 25 years, had children by her and all that. So she had it all planned out. She said, after 25 years, I'm going to dump this nigga. And that's exactly what she did. And she said, I'm going to sue him. First, it was billions of dollars. But she settled. She's like, okay, $100 million, I can live off of that. And that's money that he worked hard for. But see, if he knew better, all that money could have went to something important, something that would liberate his people. He could have fixed up a whole neighborhood in Compton. Could have created a business. But you see the mindset of Black Americans, because that's a Black American type of thinking. It's not an African thinking. That's a Black American thinking. So so when you hear stuff like that, it just turns your stomach, and you just be like I said, it all falls on us at the end of the day. I can't blame no other race of people but us when we do out there do crazy stuff. And like I said, if you claim that you be one and all that stuff, you gotta be among the people. You gotta live among the people. You gotta organize among the people. Because people are gonna question you. People are gonna say, well, damn, you claim that you this and that, but your actions speak differently. You say one thing, but your actions speak, like I said, actions speak louder than words. So we gotta practice what we preach. Or, I would say practice what we teach. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't have much to say, but I want to say, Forecast, this was a great discussion. This is well needed. And we need more discussions like this to get some sort of clarity. Because if we're going to do something or fight for something, we got to have all the tools that we need that we know it's going to work. We know it's going to work. And I don't alienate any of my people. Because I know what my people went through. It doesn't matter where of the world they're from. But we all, if you listen to them, they all have the same problem. They all have the same problem. And I'll say, hey, you know what? We need to unite, because when you look at Europe, you look at these people over here, the white Americans, they will get the white of the white, and they will hire them on these corporations. When they have their little meetings, it's not just white Americans. They have the French, they have the British, they have the German, they have everybody around the round table. Every white person in Europe around the right table to make decisions of a corporation. I've seen it. I've seen it. They don't say, "Oh, this is some white American thing." No, because they know they're connected. Because they know that Europeans that's over here, they say, "Yeah, my people's from Germany. My people's from British. My people's from Italy, Spain." They don't even have to tell you what city or what, or state, or they don't have to tell you that. They can just say, "Hey, I'm from here. I'm from this continent, or I'm from this country," and that's all that you need to know. So So if they don't alienate their own race, why we got to do that? Why we got to be on some? Oh, we can't mess with those. We can't mess with the black man from Africa or the black man from Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? We can't mess with them. Or we can't mess with the black man in Latin America. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just nonsense, man. Like, I'm about unity, and that's my unity is with black people globally. And we got to involve, man. We got to really involve. Like I said, every European country took part of slavery, including the Arabs. And Arabs are white people. So we gotta be clear of who we dealing with. We gotta be clear who the enemy is. So we gotta set some demands. We gotta set some sometimes we might have to, make some threats. Because like I said, the white man only respect two things: violence and wealth. Violence and wealth. And you don't have wealth, then you're gonna have to go with violence. Like I said, you can talk big and bad on these social media, but when it comes down to war, are you willing to do that? You know what I'm saying? So that's all I gotta say, man. Like, I yield the mic. And like I said, Forecast, thank you very much. I want to shout out to Brother Akari, MG2, you know what I'm saying, and everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, let's make this year more prosperous, man. Let's make it happen. Peace.
All right, man. Yeah, thank y'all, man. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of y'all for coming on. I know I really didn't mean for this show to go for like 4 hours, but it was a great show, and I appreciate all of y'all brothers. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I want y'all to see, like, you know what I'm saying? This is like what grown men do. We don't have to agree. We don't have to like each other. Because black people hate each other more than anything in the world, you know what I'm saying? But y'all can hate each other to the end of time. I don't care. But as long as you take your emotions out of the equation and do business to do what we have to do to get out of this system, I don't care where you say you come from. I don't care what you say your history is. Because in this current time, I know that if one of us get pulled over, you know what I'm saying, like, we all gonna be in trouble when the cop car get behind us. No matter where you think you come from, we all still in the same position. And I appreciate these brothers for being able to put aside whatever they have, you know what I'm saying, for the greater good, because it's really like, I know I'll be saying it, but it's like really kids that watch this. People email me all the time like, yo, I let my kids watch this. And they email me too when we be on here cussing, and when the young dude came on here saying all kind of wild things, they email me that too. So like, when you have examples of grown men, and Tommy Cool Out, come on here, you know what I'm saying? Because I definitely want to hear what you got to say. I appreciate that, Jovial. But that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? Like we are so more focused on
Tommy Cool Out ain't coming on here. I don't mean to cut you off. That dude, he just gonna sit in that chat and talk because he trolling. That's all.
I know, but I like to make an example. That's why I keep saying come on here, to show people that they not gonna come on here
And I
because
can
they
tell by the
understand.
stuff he's saying that is Angel Snub Savage. That's who that is.
Well, I mean, I don't got a problem. I mean, I don't know about nobody else, but I don't got a problem with him. I don't really know him like that. So, like I said, it could be about the topic and about the point, because y'all know I don't get into none of that kind of stuff anyway. But I do have a problem with that defeatist mindset of, oh, we ain't never gonna be able to do nothing. Because if that's the case, like, get off of here right now and just go celebrate New Year's with everybody else. Go outside and shoot your gun and all of that kind of stuff. Because you're wasting your time in here listening to this whole conversation if you feel like it ain't gonna accomplish nothing. Now, if you, and I, like I said, I don't care where you come from. If you ain't willing to do business with somebody else, I started this thing with the first video I played was about the Berlin Conference. You know what I'm saying? Where people, these Europeans, because we talk about black on black crime, but you can't show me. We could do a body count right now in history and show and talk about the internal wars. Because black people like to say, oh, we the only ones that do this and do that. That's a damn lie. They kill each other, hate each other, all that stuff more. But when it comes to us, they will put our stuff to the side. And like Tommy Cool Out, you can say the stuff in the chat, but you know what I'm saying? I put the link in the chat a whole lot of times and you're not coming on here. And you know what I'm saying? And that's my point. You know what I'm saying? There are people that's going to be out here trying to distract and all of that stuff. But really that comes from fear. You know what I'm saying? And I think, and I know y'all disagree with how I do stuff and like how I feel about certain things and all of that kind of stuff. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like that stuff comes from fear, but I'm looking at it from a different angle. You know what I'm saying? Like this, he feels like that because he's seen the history of people get beat down, but we have to really start looking at our history. You know what I'm saying? We had to build towns and do our own thing. And if they could do that coming out of slavery, you telling me we can't do that right now? It's just the problem that we hate each other because we're so emotional, because it's not about the greater good. We think about, oh, my beef with this person, not about what position my grandchild gonna be in. Because at the end of the day, my beef with any one of y'all, you know what I'm saying? Well, that's cool. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can learn from everybody, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't even nothing like that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tommy Cool Out. You can come on and I'll talk to just you if you don't want to feel like that. You know what I'm saying? But that whole fear stuff, it got to stop, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, we be on here talking about the enemy, you know what I'm saying? And all black people want to do is get caught up in the dissing and beefing with each other, you know what I'm saying? Now, like, how many of y'all know about the story about Malachi and Potter? See, I got it that time, Makari. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know about that young brother being accused by that little white girl. But we rather talk about how black women ain't this and that. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't gonna talk about that white woman who play both sides of the fence, who benefit, because we talk about who benefit from this stuff, who benefit from the black struggle. Guess who got the most benefits from that? The white woman, because she called herself a minority. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff that we have to have in these discussions. You know what I'm saying? So if you feel like you ain't got no hope and all that kind of stuff, that's cool. That's on you. You know what I'm saying? But if you got that kind of smoke, at least have it for the enemy. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I can see this person is not going to come on. And, but I do got to thank y'all brothers, man, because y'all put on a valuable, y'all gave out valuable information. You know what I'm saying? Y'all kept it to the topic. And I thank all of y'all for showing me respect and the love like that. And I, you know what I'm saying? My respect for all of y'all grew that much more. You know what I'm saying? And I support all of y'all that much more. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all did the greater thing, because it's not just about us. Well, Jovi, you're in here talking now, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the whole point. This show, well, I'm supposed to be doing the show with a brother building a website. You know what I'm saying? We talk about Team Black and Jovial. That's what I wanted Bakari to kind of break it down. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I want what you're doing on your own, like whether you have a industry like making toothpicks or something, you know what I'm saying? We need to start bringing our businesses together. But we also have stuff like the birthday challenge, where whoever birthday it is, you know what I'm saying, whoever is involved in that, we donate $5 and it's their birthday. Whoever birthday it is, they get that money. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about, building our own websites instead of just talking about YouTube and being mad and suing them. It's not about the whole integration movement, you know what I'm saying? But see, like, people only want to point out the negative stuff, the terrible stuff, but they don't want to come on here and really be about the change. Like these brothers was on here willing to come on here and change. And see, we talking about when does the talking stop? But see, y'all don't even understand what this show was. You know what I'm saying? My brother Muhammad came on here, my brother Guy came on here, and we was able to have a peaceful peaceful talk. Do you know how many children can see like black grown men who don't like each other or disagree or fight or whatever, but can still come and have a respectable conversation? You know what I'm saying? Like y'all sleep on changing in the mind, because that's really the problem. We are stuck in the mind and have been, like he said, have been hoodwinked by other black folk. But that's because y'all look at life through the lens of Europeans. You know what I'm saying? What can I say? Like, but it's not gonna be y'all. All I need y'all grown folks to do is stop passing the trauma down to y'all children. That's all y'all got to do. You can have the trauma until you die. Not that I don't care, because I don't want us to have trauma. Get therapy, but we can have that trauma till we die. But don't pass it down to your children, because that's how the stuff is gonna change. We look for the sky to crack. It's not gonna be tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? They make moves for generational stuff. You know what I'm saying? But we be like, yo, I don't want to, like, the Chinese ain't African, but they over in Africa trying to take the land, because money is natural resources. We don't even know what money is. We don't know what wealth is. You know what I'm saying? We just know how to discredit the next black man, the next black leader. You know what I'm saying? But you are the answer. All the answers is all the way in yourself. You know what I'm saying? So like, stop trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. You've been hoodwinked by other black folks, but you've been put in position by the system that needs to be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? So, yo, I agree with you, Jovial. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us have, I call it black syndrome, because we'll say, I'm not black, I'm alternative black, I'm multiracial, I'm this, I'm that. But it don't matter what you call yourself. You got to be willing to stand up on what you believe in and stand up for your people and think about the next generations. You know what I'm saying? But yo, it's already 4 hours, man. Yo, y'all got last words, man, because I appreciate y'all. So if y'all got last words, y'all can definitely spit it. And it's already 12:30, so y'all missed the whole New Year's celebration. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can go downtown or whatever y'all got to do after this. And
Happy New Year.
Yeah. I was gonna say happy in the European so-called New Year, and you know they're just starting to put the fireworks over here. You know, I think they are. I can't. You know, they will probably in about an hour or whatnot. Brother Forecast. I hope you can monetize outside of YouTube into a form where you're communicating like this. And there are resources out there. We'll probably talk offline to do it. That you can actually monetize what you're doing here, Brother Bakari. In terms of, and we'll talk offline about militia or whatnot. I'm always thinking in terms of what kind of resource that you can use. I think I mentioned it to you before about the management. I think I mentioned it in one of the live streams for the transportation industry, because I talked to somebody who's in trucking, and this is more for like 18-wheelers. But I see whoever develops this in an app base, they can make a gang load of cash. Brother Muhammad, in terms of agriculture, one of the things I grew up on is in farming. There's two things that are now building in terms of agriculture. One is blockchain, and two is funding. And there's all kinds of, you know, not like everybody needs money, but if it's out there and it's free, I would say take whatever we can, you know, whatever it is, especially when it comes to like tractors and other, you know, industrial equipment for farms. Hopefully one day we'll be able to talk offline. But Brother Forecast, like I said, man, you are definitely Lester Built Middleton. On that note, Hotep, y'all.
All right. Yes, sir. Big brother, excellent program. Excellent panel members. I think that everybody got a good dose of what each panelist had to offer. I just hope that we do understand the message of what unity needs to look like, at least, especially when we're out front. You know, we need to make sure that we cover down and do what need to be done. We're always talking about doing something different. Well, let's start by doing that. That's the least thing that we can do, because we know those who came before us, they would fight out in the public and all that. Well, let us be a little wiser now, especially since we've gotten a little older, that we don't do this type of behavior. Let's be one, even though we don't agree on everything. But let's make sure that we help each other get to our objectives. Because if we accomplish our objectives, it's better for the whole. It is better for the whole of our people. And it doesn't matter where a person lives at. I live where my money can afford for me to live. And if that's where I go to work every day, my wife go to work every day, and we live where we live, that's where we live, because that's what our circumstances is. It's just that simple. When you're going in to take over an area, you may have to go into an area where it's very few, if any, people in there that look just like you. That's the purpose of coming in and taking over. It's invasion, And so we are a great people. We are an intelligent people. We are a strong people. Let's just move ourselves the way that we move tonight and accomplish all of our objectives, and we'll be free overnight. Thank you, big brother.
All right, thank you, bro. Oh, you good, Bakari?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
All right, well, I'll say this because I messed it up last time, so I'm gonna say it right this time. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. People keep on learning. Soldiers keep on war. I said it wrong again, but soldiers keep on warring. World keep on turning, because it won't be too long. And I'm gonna keep trying to get y'all on code and to love each other until I reach the highest ground. So it is what it is. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.